that it's, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. Make sure you hit the like button as you're coming in. But again, what the hell is going on here? I'm listening to myself talk. You hear this? All right. I'm hearing myself talk. But again, it is 3/15/2024. I literally just rolled out of bed. Literally just rolled out of bed this late in the day. I was up all night working on the documentary. I was up all night digging into information on the Riley Strain case. I was up all night looking into information also on this case. And again, wow, I got some stuff to show you guys tonight, and we're going to talk about this. We'll open up the lines as usual. I will take phone calls from everybody. I know there's a lot of people still trying to get through. Obviously, I see those emails. So thank you guys for being patient with me on those. I know the phone calls sometimes can get, a little long. And sometimes it's hard for me to stick to that time because of just the conversation, but let's get locked in. Again, reports of Jenn Soto's vehicle being seen in a garage, in a parking garage. And I will talk about that. And actually, I got a video of my buddy who was talking about this, and they had a picture of this vehicle being parked in a garage. So, Anna, what's going on? Nice to see you. Just joining in, but not for long. Have to watch wrestling at 8. I appreciate you coming by, Anna. Shout out to you. Off the record, nice to see you. Nice to see you. As you guys are coming in, make sure you smash that like button. I got a little treat for you to hear tonight that I'm gonna show you, something that'll give you a little refresher, a good visualer. Tracy, how you doing tonight? Nice to see you. Glitter, nice to see you. Texas Libby, nice to see you. What the hell is going on and what keeps unplugging on this computer? I have no idea. Maybe it's my charger. Fun size, nice to see you. Donna, they found Jennifer's car is at her mom and dad's house. Is that what they're talking about? Is that the garage? Carlette, nice to see you. Hold on, let's add this up here, right? I have a few things to show you, which is you see this says Madeline Soto docuseries, right? We'll be checking that out. Okay, we'll definitely be checking that out. And also, I want to jump into to refresh everybody that Jennifer Soto, the mother of the 13-year-old Madeline Soto, provided statements to law enforcement that have raised questions due to inconsistencies with the known timeline of events surrounding her daughter's disappearance and death. Jennifer initially told law enforcement that her boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, who has since become the prime suspect in Madeline's death, had taken Madeline Soto to school on the morning she went missing. However, investigations have indicated that Madeline may have already been deceased by that time and was never dropped off at school to begin with, as claimed. Further details reveal that Jennifer's accounts of the last time she saw her daughter and the circumstances of her disappearance have not consistently matched the evidence gathered by authorities. For instance, Jennifer stated the Channel 9 that she last spoke to with her, about her daughter the night before her disappearance, but later she reported, Channel 9, she spoke with her daughter the night before the disappearance, but later she reported that deputies or that she reported to deputies that she saw her daughter getting dressed for school on the morning of her disappearance at 8 a.m. The investigation has been complicated by these discrepancies because Stephen Stearns was seen discarding items at 7:35 a.m. So again, the investigation has been complicated by those discrepancies, especially since surveillance footage and other evidence have led detectives to believe that Madeline was not alive when Stearns claimed to have dropped her off at school. This case remains under an investigation, with both Jennifer Soto and Stephen Stearns having been interviewed multiple times by authorities. No charges for the death of Madeline Soto has been pushed through, and no charges have been filed against Jennifer Soto regarding her daughter's death, per last reports. So again, that's what we're gonna be diving into this. Is that what is going on? Hello again, Kathy says. Just Jen, nice to see you. Why does my phone keep doing that? You're gonna get on my nerves. Just taking it off. I don't want to hear her do that all stream. Lindsay, how you doing? She said, oh yeah, let's solve the case. All right, so as you're coming in, let's check this out. I got a little visual I want to show you, and then I want to go through some of these things that I was talking about as far as her vehicle being seen in the garage, and then I'll open up the lines.
100 deputies, detectives, intelligence analysts, and specialized personnel who are investigating this case and searching for Madeline right now.
Again, what I'm playing right now is the docuseries that I made, okay? If you are just coming in, smash the like button. This is what I put out the actual audio on Spotify, but this visualer did take a while to put together. Again, it's a little docuseries that I made. It's not a huge docuseries, but it's a docuseries on this case to now, okay? 1, 2, 3.
100 deputies, detectives, intelligence analysts, and specialized personnel who are investigating this case and searching for Madeline right now.
Welcome to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will be discussing the case of Madeline Soto. In a world where innocence should be cherished, a tragic incident has shaken a community to its core. As the investigation unfolded, shocking revelations came to light leading up to the disappearance of a 13-year-old girl. The senselessness of the murder and the realization that a young life had been taken away left a deep scar on the hearts of those who knew her.
Get your ass out of here, weirdo.
Today's documentary, which unfortunately revolves around the story.
Make another one.
Soto, a bright and promising 13-year-old girl who had been sexually abused for years before disappearing and having her life cut short in a senseless act of violence. Madeline's friends and family described her as a ray of sunshine, always radiating positivity and happiness to those around her. Madeline
yes, ma'am,
for her contagious laughter and her passion for helping others. She had a heart of gold and would go out of her way to help anyone in need. But what could be the motive behind Soto's unfortunate case? What drove Soto's killer to commit such unspeakable acts? Was it nature or nurture that molds a killer? Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we explore the twists and turns of this compelling case, seeking to understand what happened to Madeline Soto and the impact it had on those around her. Here's a timeline of everything we know about Madeline Soto's case. Sunday, February 25th, Madeline Soto's 13th birthday celebration. Madeline Soto turned 13 on February 22nd and celebrated with her family on Sunday, February 25th,
according to her mother. Jennifer Soto spoke with the local channel and explained her birthday memories as follows. She was quite happy. She was quite thrilled. She was just a joyful girl, and she demonstrated that on Sunday, Jen Soto stated.
And when she went to bed, she was so happy. So, she had the best day.
Now, Monday, February 26th, Madeline Soto was last seen. On Monday morning, Jen Soto's 37-year-old boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, drove Madeline Soto to school. Stearns left her off a few blocks from Hunters Creek Middle School near Peace United Methodist Church on Town Loop Boulevard, approximately a half mile away. It is unclear why she was dropped off at this site, although Sheriff Mina speculated that she may have been embarrassed by the car she was in and requested that her mother's boyfriend leave her off there. Tuesday, February 27th, missing poster. released. Soto was last seen wearing a green sweatshirt, black shorts, and white Crocs. She's described as 5 feet 1 inch tall and 110 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. The Orange County Sheriff's Office launched a search operation for Madeline Soto on Tuesday. Sheriff John Mina said
100 deputies, detectives, intelligence analysts, and specialized personnel.
Thank you, my
who are
friend.
investigating this case and searching for Madeline right now.
Deputies and Sotos have distributed posters across the region to inform residents of the ongoing search. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement has also added Madeline Soto to its current missing child alerts, classifying her as endangered. According to the FDLE, a minor who is missing under such circumstances indicates that the minor's physical safety is at risk, such as from a predatory abduction or kidnapping. Tuesday night, February 27th. Suspect in the background. Hannah McKenzie, an anchor for a local news channel, conversed with Jenn Soto via Zoom on Tuesday night. Jenn Soto stated her emotions as follows.
I'm trying to hope for the best, but I'm scared for her. I want her to be okay, and I want her to be safe. I don't want her to come back harmed. I just want her back, whatever that means. I just want her back.
Stephen Stearns, Jenn Soto's boyfriend, appeared in the background during the Zoom call, cracking his knuckles. Wednesday afternoon, February 28th, Sheriff's press conference. Sheriff Mina held a news conference on Wednesday to provide an update on the ongoing search for Madeline Soto, she said. This is a parent's greatest fear. We can't imagine the pain and anguish that Madeline's family is experiencing, Sheriff Mina stated. We will not stop until we find her. She further stated that Madeline Soto left her phone at home on Monday, the day she went missing. When officers investigated it, they discovered that Soto had informed her friends that she intended to live in the woods after her 13th birthday, which prompted a search of the forest near Hunters Creek Middle School. We don't know if she's been abducted. We're not sure if she stepped away. She left her phone. She left her phone at home, Sheriff Mina explained. That is why we are putting all of our time and effort into it. We held this news conference in the hopes that someone from the public has seen anything. Wednesday night, February 28th, prime suspect arrested. Stephen Stearns was detained on Wednesday night for unrelated charges in the Madeline Soto case. He was nevertheless considered the prime suspect in the teen's disappearance, as he was the last person to see her on Monday morning. The Kissimmee Police Department is leading the investigation in collaboration with the Orange County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Division. When Stearns was transported to the Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations, he was interrogated by both Kissimmee Police and OCSO detectives. Stearns asserted his right to an attorney and was arrested. Stearns was arrested and put into the Orange County Jail on charges of sexual violence and possessing child sex abuse materials after investigators discovered disturbing photographs on his phone. As per the investigators, Stephen Factory Reset Stearns had an opportunity to come clean with detectives and help lead them to the information about Maddie's disappearance. Sheriff John Mina further stated, her loved ones deserve answers, and OCSO and the Kissimmee Police will not stop until we find Maddie. Thursday, February 29th, Stephen Stearns' arrest affidavit released. Stephen Stearns' arrest affidavit was released on Thursday, February 29th by the Kissimmee Police Department. After investigating, Stephen consented to a phone search during an investigation into Madeline Soto's disappearance. However, he accidentally performed a factory reset on his phone on the same day Madeline was last seen. Despite the deletions from Stearns' phone, the investigators discovered disturbing images and metadata revealed that part of what they uncovered dated back to August 20th, 2022, when Madeline would have been 11 years old. According to the Kissimmee Police Department records, Soto was a victim of sexual violence and evidence implies Stearns was involved. The crime took place at the home where Soto, her mother, and Stearns lived. Now, Thursday, February 29th, body language experts' involvement. Susan Constantine, a human behavior investigator, was interviewed on a local news station on Thursday to talk about Stephen Stearns' body language during his Zoom conversation with his girlfriend. Stearns, who can be seen on film fidgeting with his hands and cracking his knuckles.
That's a way to release tension, Constantine added. Constantine went on to say that Stearns is displaying, to me, suspect behavior. Friday morning, March 1st, Stearns transferred to Osceola County. Stephen Stearns was moved from the Orange County Jail to Osceola County on Friday morning. Now, Friday afternoon, March 1st, officials confident about Soto's death. Sheriff Mina added that investigators believe Stephen Stearns, Jenn Soto's boyfriend, and
Thank you, Wilton. I'll come back to this.
Instant is to blame. Deputies believe Madeline Soto was not dropped off at school on Monday morning and died before then. It was discovered that they had security footage of Madeline in Stearns' car and Stern moving her corpse in the early hours following her death in Kissimmee. Friday afternoon, March 1st, search operation for the body. A mass search operation for Soto had been conducted at Old Hickory Tree Road and Nolte Road in St. Cloud soon before 5 p.m. on Friday, as Stearns was last seen in this region between 1 and 2:30 p.m. on Monday, maybe replacing a flat tire, according to a Kissimmee Police Department official. Friday afternoon, March 1st, body discovered amid search. Madeline Soto's corpse was discovered over a 5-day search for the missing 13-year-old girl, according to officials. The teenager's corpse was discovered along Hickory Tree Road in Osceola County around 4:30 p.m. Friday. During a news briefing, officials stated that the body discovered was dressed similarly to Madeline Soto's last outfit. On Friday afternoon, as per the media, a search operation was in progress involving workers from St. Cloud Police, Kissimmee Police Department, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and the Osceola County Sheriff's Office also. A Saturday morning.
Well, I appreciate you giving me a chance.
Appearance in court. Stearns missed his initial appearance in Osceola County Court on Saturday. His counsel did not want the court to lay out the accusations. The judge said Stearns will remain in prison.
The judge said Stearns would stay behind bars.
He has not been charged in connection with Madeline's death as yet, but authorities consider him the prime suspect in her disappearance. March 2nd, social media post. Less than 24 hours after Madeline's body was discovered in Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez was forced to apologize when a picture of Madeline's body was mistakenly uploaded on his Instagram account and then deleted quickly afterwards. Now, March 5th, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement is presently looking into the posted photos except for a surviving parent. Florida law prohibits the publication of photographs documenting a minor's murder, including photos or films of the minor's body. Anyone who willfully and knowingly does so will be charged with a third-degree felony. However, there is no evidence at the sheriff's office or its employees deliberately submitted the crime scene photo. March 12th, the Orange Osceola State Attorney's Office has filed 60 counts against Stearns, which include the following: 8 counts of sexual battery on a child under the age of 12, 5 counts of sexual battery with a child 12 to 18, familiar custodial authority, 7 counts of lewd or lascivious molestation, 40 charges of unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child with 10 or more images. Kissimmee police told a local news channel that they were still investigating Soto's death. The conclusion that we have, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my video, let's remember Madeline Soto, a young soul taken too soon. Madeline's memory will forever live on in the hearts of those who knew her and loved her. We must stand up against the violence that took Madeline away from us, ensuring that no more lives are lost. No family should have to endure the pain of losing a child. Her memory serves us as a reminder to cherish those we love and to always remain vigilant in the face of potential threats. Together, we can create a world where children like Madeline can thrive without fear. Thank you for joining me today as we remember the life of Madeline Soto. Please make sure you hit the subscribe.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so that's the docuseries that I was working on for the last couple days, or actually more than the last couple days since I started this case, was putting it together. Yeah, I wanted to show you guys that so you could get a little refresher on the case as far as what's going on. I mean, that's everything up to date, with some things that aren't in there, like the car of with the picture of the tape on it and stuff like that. I left that for later just in case if they pick her up or anything when I create the next one, because I know there's going to be another part to this. There's more of the story, but I did feel like this visual was needed. Not only was the visual needed, but the information, the actual factual information, right? Because we do a lot of speculating here. And again, I love coming live I love coming live to talk with the community. Point blank, period. I love coming live to talk to the Rev Game family. Point blank, period. That's why I get on here. I want to hear everybody's thoughts and different speculations and what you're thinking, not only just come on here and show you videos and go over different things while you watch and comment. I actually like to interact with you guys. So again, thank you for the support. I appreciate that. And all, I seen all the love in the comments. Thank you. Thank you. I will be uploading that video and it will be dropping tomorrow on the channel, so you could watch it by itself or come back here and watch it just like that. But I did want to show you guys that. So now we'll move on to the next part, that what I was talking about with Jenn. Before we get into this, again, reports of Jenn from JLR. Shout out to JLR. I peeped this video this morning. Reports that Jenn has been hiding, allegedly. Let's check it out and see what he says directly so you can see
where Jenn Soto is. Come on in. Come on in. That's, yeah, we love. What a burger.
You, PJ.
What a burger. We got a something burger here when it comes to this.
Again, if you're coming in here, we don't know if Jennifer Soto is involved or not. We're speculating. We're speculating. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true whatsoever. But again, per reports, Jennifer Soto reportedly provided law enforcement with conflicting statements regarding the last time she saw her daughter and the circumstances surrounding her daughter's disappearance. Initially, Jennifer told investigators that the media that her boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, excuse me, took her daughter, Madeline Soto, to school on the morning of her disappearance. However, later details emerged that conflicted with this account. Especially Jennifer told deputies that she saw her daughter getting dressed for school on the morning of her disappearance, which contradicted her earlier statement that the last time she saw Madeline was the night before. Again, additionally, Jennifer Soto's statements regarding the timeline of her daughter's disappearance have not been consistent with what investigators have found, leading to further scrutiny of her account. Surveillance footage and other evidence has suggested that Madeline may have been deceased before the time her mother claimed she was dropped off at her school. These discrepancies have raised questions about the truthfulness of Jennifer Soto's statements to police and the media. WFTV was contacted by police, allegedly it says here, stating that her accounts on those interviews didn't add up with the accounts in the interview room. Don't shoot the messenger. Okay? Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying in general what has been reported by WFTV and multiple sources, that you just heard me read it, of things that are going on with Jennifer Soto. So it's not like we're just pointing the finger at her or anything like that. We're just going based off of what we've seen and what's reported. So if something is reported as a lie, and most of you guys called it out before they even acknowledged it, was that you thought that she was lying.
Case, as some of you might or might not know, Stephen Stearns arrested. Yeah, actually, they set a trial date, which I found was odd that they would set a trial date already for his case. Experts have already weighed in on the case and said
eating a burger.
Him going to trial in a few months is more or less not going to happen, folks. It will definitely get delayed. Plus, he hasn't been charged yet, or anyone hasn't been charged for the
You said, do you think that Jenn rode back with Stephen Stearns and that what? And that's who the police think is Maddie unalived in the car? Okay, because why would he go back with Maddie unalived in the vehicle, knowing there are cameras? Huh? He wasn't thinking about no damn cameras. He wasn't thinking about no damn cameras. You know what I mean? And appreciate you supporting the channel and asking the question in general. But in my personal opinion, that dude didn't think about these cameras. Because if you were thinking about those cameras, you would have did it a different way. Knowing it, you know what I mean? Like somebody who premeditates something would probably look at things like that. But then again, no, they don't. They get caught all the time. So it's like there is mistakes that people make. They think that they think that they're above the law. They've been under the law for so long. Think about this, right? Stephen Stearns, 6 years, allegedly 6 years, he was doing this to Madeline Soto. So 6 years, Stephen Stearns was able to run under the law without being caught for what he was doing to this little girl. So think about that. Think about how invincible this man probably thought he was. Stephen Stearns, I can't be touched. Look at the shit he was saying on Reddit. When I read what he was saying on Reddit, it was like, oh yeah, you know, only if they got to catch you and stuff like that. It was damn near what he was saying, spot on all the way through. So it's like you got to be caught first. You know what I mean? He was intimidating her, Otzi says. Nene says Batman and Superman loved it when you guys collaborate. Yeah, no, this was JLR's live from earlier, and he talks about Stephen Stearns being in solitary confinement, and he talks about, or he's about to show where Jenn Soto is in some type of garage. So, and that's why I want to show you guys this real quick. So here we go.
DER of Madeline Soto. We have a something burger here.
And I'm gonna open up these lines after.
Jennifer Soto sighting. Vehicle sighting. Vehicle sighting. I got sources, folks. The vehicle is
okay. So he's showing a picture right here, right? Let's go back so I can show you guys. He's showing a picture.
Vehicle sighting.
Okay, so allegedly right here is Jenn Soto's vehicle. Allegedly, again, vehicle sighting. People are, you know, out on the hunt. They're looking to see where Jennifer Soto is. Allegedly, they found her here. Allegedly, they found her here. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Vehicle sighting. I got sources, folks. The vehicle is in the garage of her parents' home. There's people wondering when this perp walk's going to happen, when she's going to get arrested. And it could be very, very soon, but she's definitely not at the Venetian where this terrible, terrible tragedy occurred. What a burger. And we have a something burger. I also have something else I want to share with all of you. I have all types of sources. You know, JLR investigates. It's the goods. We get the insight. We get the, you know, people that know these individuals firsthand. And I actually have Stephen Stearns' jail call logs or jail logs, right? And it's a list of every day of what Stephen Stearns has been going through from the time of his arrest all the way up.
Oh, poor Stephen. Poor Stephen, piece of shit, factory reset Stearns. We're so hurt by what you're going through in jail. Yeah, right.
To the 14th of March. And this is interesting. This is coming from,
he's always,
you know, there's people out there within, you know, the Osceola County jail system that do not like this guy. Let me just say it that way. There's people that don't like this guy. But I can say that he is in a isolation cell. But that's most likely, that's not surprising that he would be in an isolation cell. And I'm going to read some of this jail log to you.
It's not surprising to me.
Solitary confinement.
He's going to hide there because what he did, the magnitude of his crimes, of course he's going to hide up in a cell. People, if they see Stephen Stearns out in general population, you can best believe that he will be getting shanked. Sounds crazy? Yeah, he might be getting shanked if he steps out into general population. That's what happens to people of his kind. If you go out into general population, he's going to get hurt. They'll probably kill him. Well, they're not probably. They will severely hurt him or put him to sleep. And that's a fact. Jailhouse justice.
I mean, probably for his own safety. But also, it seems like he was on SUICIDE watch. Wow. We're going to have a delicious burger. We're going to talk. Also, when is Stephen Stearns?
Okay, so that's all I really wanted to show. I'm going to get to, let me pull this back up too. We'll get to this. We'll pull this back up. All right, let me open up the lines. I want to talk to you guys because I'm a little bit confused here. Let me open up the lines on this bad boy. Let's do it. 219-885-9693. Let's talk. Let's talk. You said, wah, wah. Hope you get what you deserve, you son of a bitch. I like that energy. But he deserves too. Obviously, as he committed some very wicked crimes. 918, it's never too late. You are the first caller on today's show. What is going on? What's the thoughts in your mind when it comes to this Madeline Soto case?
That's you. Go ahead. Say, bro, what was that first question you said?
So what's your thoughts on this Madeline Soto case in its entirety, and you know, where you at with it?
Man, you know, honestly, it's on every day, and it's hard to watch every day sometimes, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
But, you know, it's the reality of what we got to deal with in life these days, you know what I'm saying? It's too sad for the family. It's too bad for everybody who thinks that they got it bad when they don't. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm saying I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm kind of on the spot. My girl said here he is because I've been trying to. I hear her. She listens to you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up.
And I listen to you in the background for the most part. You know what I mean?
Salute, my brother.
But yo, hey, it's all good. It's information. That's what's most important. It's all about information. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of messed up things going on these days. Well, too many to even worry about. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
There needs to be more fathers out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing. That's what's missing. You know, that's what I think. You know what I mean?
You know, it was missing in my life too. I remember that. Like my dad wasn't. He was always gone too. You know,
well, that's just the thing. That's just the thing. I got the outer perspective. Then, if that's the case, because see, I had my dad.
Oh wow.
You see what I'm saying? But I'm a stepdad too, so that's how I feel that. You feel me?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you think about that, in the sense that this dude was allegedly like a stepdad or supposedly a stepdad to her, what's your thoughts on just that part alone where he's doing these sick things for 6 years?
Well, I hate to think that he was doing that, and if he was, he ultimately got to pay for that, 100%. But on the other end, where there's a lot of good guys out there too. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? There's too many good guys to waste time with. And you know, I know it's hard for some be like, yo, it's like you think that someone peers into your soul, right? But they don't, not for the right reasons. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes.
Everybody wants to believe that fairy tale bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, excuse my curse word.
No, you're good. You're good. But you talk about the he said that fairy tale, what happy ever after shit with no. I get what you're saying.
It's too fucked up out here, dog. It's too fucked up out here, dog. They send too much money away and need to keep it right here. You know what I'm saying? There's too much going on right here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on for people to come up in someone's life and you not check who they are.
Man, we got to be neighborly. We got to take care of each other. When I was growing up, the neighbors helped raise these kids too. You feel me?
Absolutely. 100%. Yeah, my neighbor was letting me take showers at her house when I was a kid. When our water was off, we were getting water out the hose next door. We were taking showers next door. I remember her name too, Stella. Such a sweet lady. She may be dead at this time. I don't know, but Stella, I do appreciate you from back in the day.
Nah, that's the stuff too, dog. Because everybody needs that, man. Everybody's like, it's like, all right, my mom and dad ain't giving me that discipline, but maybe there's somebody out here on the street that's like, hey, pull them shorts up a little bit. You know what I'm talking about? Or hey, you know what I'm saying? Like you should. It's kind of cold out here, girl. You need to go put some clothes on. You know what I'm saying? Like shit like that. You know what I mean? There ain't enough of that no more.
Nope.
Everybody's sheltered. Everybody's in their little, you know, in their little comfort zone. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. That's 100%. Everybody's in their comfort zone, laid back. But then, I mean, you know, it's good to hear different perspectives because it's like,
man, I feel terrible, man, listening to this every day. This is like it's just, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it's reality, man. That's the sad part is that damn, that shit happens, and yeah, it happens here, and we can bitch about what's going on everywhere else too. But how about here for a change? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt, brother. Anything? I mean, before I move on to the next caller, what's your final thoughts on this case where it sits now? I mean, if you looked at all of it, what's your thoughts on this case? Do you think that mom will be arrested? Do you think she won't? Do you think she was involved? What are your thoughts on that before I let you go?
I think whether mom gets arrested or not, she's got to live with those decisions for the rest of her life. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? As far as that man goes, yeah, there's a lot of sick motherfuckers out there, straight up. Too many to count.
Absolutely.
We need more male role models to these kids. And we need strong women morals as well.
Mm-hmm. Both sides, both sides of the fence. I feel like it's 50-50, right?
Yeah.
You got to be at the middle, you know, 50-50.
Yeah, especially if your woman work. Yeah, it's 50-50. Believe that. You know what I'm talking about?
It's a 50-50 thing, you know, and you got to meet at the middle. So come on now, we got to do better as a community, as people in America. I mean, for children to be being let down to the point where men could do this in a position to these young girls like this is absolutely insane. I mean, and you got to think about it. Some of these guys, before I move on to this next call, I just want to say to you, man, these guys that come around, for instance, like Stephen Stearns, and I'm just saying guys, because in this situation, it was a guy that was doing this to this young little girl. I don't know how somebody could just let someone into their life and then leave their daughter with them and I don't know how you don't notice nothing going on or any, type of signs whatsoever that your daughter's hurt. But again,
well, I told you like this, man, it's the family dynamic is something else, dog. You know what I'm talking about? It takes the family to understand, like, well, you might think he a little crazy, but he's all right crazy to me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't look at him like that, or vice versa. Now, I don't mean on that. I don't mean on the whole preying on younger, you know what I'm saying? Just naive young girls. Like, no, there's a point where you grow up from that shit. You know what I'm saying? You have to understand that there's a right and a wrong. There's a right and a wrong, and you got to learn that. You learn that young, I think, personally, but that's just me. We learn. That's like you was like, you're gonna be home at 9 o'clock, and you at home at 8:55. You know what I'm talking about? You don't want to upset. You don't want to upset them at the house because you might not get to go out tomorrow.
Listen, bro, if we weren't home before if I wasn't home when I went to my grandma's, this is why I learned manners and different things. When I was growing up, we didn't have rules in our house because, like, our mom was our friend pretty much, right? Like, that's how it was in my household. So when when I would go to my grandma's, when I went to Pennsylvania to visit her, it was way different. If you weren't inside before the street lights were on, you were getting your ass lit up with a wiffle ball bat, the yellow skinny one. She'll light your ass up with it. You don't come home before and if your hands
those was the rules, bro. Those was the rules.
She'll ground your ass for the summer if you smell like cigarettes. You come back to the house smelling like cigarettes, you're staying in the house for the rest of the summer. She don't play.
It's worse now. Think about these kids. It's worse now, man. I wish my kid could try a cigarette first for these nasty chemicals they inhaling out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up.
Crazy.
The options are just way too broad these days.
Absolutely, brother.
And you ain't even gotta go nowhere. It'll show right up to your house.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. Well, I appreciate you calling in, my brother. Thank you for your thoughts, opinions, and theories you shared with us. I hope you have a blessed day. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors, my man. Shout out to him. Good phone call. If you want to call in just like him, it's 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts, opinions, and Madeline Soto case? 956. You're in the mix. What's going on? You're live.
Hi, T-REV. This is Texas Tracy.
What's going on, Texas? You said Texas Tracy?
Yes.
Texas Tracy. What is your thoughts on the Madeline Soto case?
Well, it's quite disturbing, and it's been really hard. Very, very hard.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to touch base with you about that David Solomon.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Yeah. There's law enforcement that's going to want your videos.
Yeah, bring it.
Yeah.
Video, what do they need? Numbers, videos, got it all.
Yeah, I watched a video just a little earlier about him, and he's lied about everybody. The only thing he's managed to do is put out the link for the child piece,
Yeah, lies. So what were you able to find? Because we found a bunch of stuff that was basically almost the same of what he was saying on the live from a while ago. But then again, what were you able to find that were lies?
Well, the people that he mentioned, they know who he is because they have restraining orders against him for bringing their names into everything all the time. None of his story is true. He's been doing this since he was young, him and his mom. The people that
all right, let me correct. This is the guy you're talking about, so I can give some context to the audience of what you're talking about. She's talking about David Solomon, who called in on a live stream. My live stream got taken down, but I just got it back last night. It went back up. And not only that, the 2 videos are also up. So the full live is up to its entirety, 6 hours and 13 minutes, that full live that he called in. And calls I had to take because I don't know, they took it down for inappropriate content. I appealed it and it got back up again last night. So she's talking about that call. When it comes to the David Solomon call, you're saying that he's been lying for years, one, and you're also saying that what he's saying about Stephen Stern's trafficking ring, that's all a lie also?
No, not about Stephen. He's just using what has happened to Madeline for his revenge on people that have badmouthed him. Is what I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's 2 different people that have called other people to find out about him.
Yeah.
2 YouTubers. And I don't know if you want me to say their names or what.
I'm pretty sure I already know who they are.
Okay. Yeah, and when I saw that, I just thought of you, and I thought, oh no, you know. And I didn't realize that he had promoted the link for the CP.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah.
And I'm on every live of yours from the beginning to the end.
And that live is back up to its full entirety. So if you want to go listen to it, it's back up on the live streams for everybody. We're asking about why that live went missing. I guess it went missing at like 4 a.m. But I appealed it. It got it. It's back up there. So if you want to listen to it, you can go back and listen to it in full. Excuse me.
Yeah, I probably will. But I just hate how he's making this about himself instead of Madeline.
I got you. Okay.
Because she's the precious one. That, you know, this should not have happened to her.
Absolutely.
Never have happened.
Absolutely not.
Shouldn't happen to any children. I'm sorry, T-REV. It's just, I guess I've been holding it in for so long.
Yes, ma'am.
But I just wanted to call in and tell you about the Solomon thing because I saw people in the chat.
Can I ask you a question about this? How do you know? Yeah, and that's a great question, Shirley. Thank you, because I wanted to ask that. Have you seen these protection orders?
The what?
Have you seen the protection orders that are out? Is there any, truth to the protection orders that these people allegedly have against them?
No.
I'd love to show it if that's the case, so we could, debunk that. I like to debunk things, whether it's truth.
Yeah, I understand.
Let's debunk it. If that's the case, show me, and we could debunk it live right here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we could try to do that then.
I mean, somebody
find that out.
Yeah, absolutely. I just didn't hear about what you're talking about. These people have restraining orders against him. Is it for harassing them? I just haven't seen
for harassment. For harassment. And at first I thought, well, of course he's harassing them. They did bad things to him, but no, I've heard it from too many people and seen it, and just I would like to see the restraining orders. There is a phone call to one of the people. I haven't heard that video yet.
Yeah.
But I am going to go listen to it later on. Unless you pull another all-nighter.
I'm going to be on for a while. I mean, if we could keep the energy around the clock, I'm good. I'll be all right.
Yeah. I love you. You're such a doll.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And thank you for sharing the information that you came across. Again, I've been doing some deep looking into David Solomon along with other people who are, digging up and looking at things. I mean, I got a lot. I dropped a lot in Discord too. Like I was dropping just a bunch of screenshots to share with everybody in main chat. So you could go back in there and find those too. They're in there. There's tons of different things to post and stories that he's telling on there. I haven't been able to find anything on the Stephen Stern's trafficking ring part though. So when it comes to that, who am I to say that he's lying about saying that
Oh, I know.
trafficked. So I just it sounds crazy if I said, yeah, he's lying about Stephen Stearns trafficking him, and then all of a sudden
Oh,
it
no.
comes out he does. Then I look like a fucking idiot. So
Yeah,
I like to
no,
be
Stearns
responsible.
probably was.
I like to be responsible and just put all right. So this
Yeah.
happened on my show live. I know people screen recorded it. So again,
Yeah.
so before people steal my content and post it up, I might as well just post it up myself and let people make up their own minds whether they believe it or whether they don't. If somebody is calling up and they're giving such receipts and saying, well, I was part of Stephen Stearns' trafficking ring, and then they start to dive into their story and give you a bunch of different receipts like he was talking about, or things that you could say are receipts, they have to be checked into. But again, thank you for calling, and I appreciate you being a voice in the community. And this is about Madeline Soto. Let's set this straight.
Yes, it is.
About Madeline Soto, who passed away.
It is.
We're day 15, no arrest yet whatsoever. We don't know who we know that the prime suspect obviously was Stephen Stearns, but was Stephen Stearns really the person who committed this murder?
I don't know. I'm sure he was.
6 years that he did this, and now he commits the murder 6 years later? Or is there some other weird scenario here? I don't know. We'll find out, ma'am. I appreciate you being a voice.
Yeah, we will. All right. Thank you, T-REV.
Thank you so much, ma'am. God bless you. Shout out to her. I appreciate her calling in. Again, with David Solomon. Still doing research. 219-885-9693. Shirley said, live with David Solomon, and I heard him say it's bigger than what we think, or bigger than we think. 810, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hi, how are you? This is Kristen from Michigan.
How you doing, Kristen? From Michigan in the building.
Yeah.
That's right here. I'm right by Michigan.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's awesome. I actually am like about 25 minutes away from the Oxford High case. So I'm quite satisfied with how they handled that. So,
wow.
But I just wanted to say with the whole Madeline Soto case is, it's a very sad situation all the way around for that girl. And the David Solomon situation, I don't get how he's 31, but Stephen Stearns is like 39. So he started it when he was like 22, 23.
Mm-hmm.
Like the age don't really make no sense to me, but I kind of passed through that. Like I got over that. But what gets me is with Judge Grady is he did that case where he got all those 250 cases. And I don't know if anybody's ever looked into some of the stuff. Like I watch a lot of his broadcasts of like how he does it and stuff like that. And he was stating, you can go and watch it live or, find it. But he was stating that some of those men thought that they were buying a daughter from a dad. And he showed the video of like, in the hotel, like this man right here is thinking he's buying this guy's daughter. So that kind of, made me think a little bit right there because, was that going on? And then, maybe he wasn't part of a sex ring, but maybe they needed the extra money. They did live in a house for, what was their rent, like $2,500 or something like that, and they don't make that much money. I've lived in Florida, so it was expensive. So a lot of it don't make sense to me either. So I just wondered about that too. I don't know about a whole sex ring, but maybe he was, but Judge Grady just did a case on that, and he showed the video. So must be something that's going on down there.
Mm-hmm. Something bigger than. Did you hear the woman that called in? I think it was last night. She said that she seen like in 2020 a weird van. I don't know. It was actually pretty weird when I heard it. I was like, damn, a weird van. She was like, yeah, a weird van with some kids in there or something, like a church van. I don't know. She said it was creepy. It made her creeped out.
Yeah, no, I really kind of believe like I don't know so much. Like you can get on YouTube and watch videos about how they say, these kids are being trafficked. Like I watched a couple of videos where they were Mexican descent and they would go from Texas to Florida and they would travel immigrants to different like areas. So they would say, okay, this is your location. This is who you're dropping off. You'll do it at this time. And sometimes the kids would get there and they didn't recognize the people. And that's when the guy was kind of putting 2 to 2 together. So, I mean, if that's going on, what makes us think that our own people aren't doing it, or like in that video with Judge Grady, he talks, a lady talks about how she came from a family of generational incest. Like, that is so gross. Like, so it's like the world is so sick, and the internet helps us understand how sick it really is.
It does. It does.
It really
And these
does.
guys are allegedly too in telegrams and stuff. People who are doing this child peace stuff. They got these telegrams set up, kind of like these drug dealers do, selling photos. So it's weird. I heard about it, and actually, the video that I seen about it was insane. How they run these rings even through telegrams and different social media platforms. I'm like, how is this even running?
I believe it. I believe it because back in the late 70s, there were some kids in Detroit, like the suburbs of Detroit, that came up missing. Like there was like 4 or 5 of them that were found dead in a ditch. And, you know, like proclaims that it was a child ring, and they believe the guy from GM's son, the CEO back then, son did it. And, you know, they come to find out they're talking about the Boy Scouts Club, and they used to go out to this island in Michigan. And then they were talking about it, like, not like a newsletter that they would send in in the mail, but they would have newsletter. So like if you were a child, you know, person, you would have a newsletter, you would know, like they would come. So I think it's been going on for centuries. I think that we're just more aware of it now. So I did feel bad for the little girl. I feel bad for her. And the sad thing is I've listened to some people talk about how their daughter was molested for like 10 years and they really didn't know. So what if that's really the case here?
Yeah. What is it?
You know, like that really could be the case here. And we're over here thinking she knows. She might just really be dumb as a box of rocks. Or the guy's, I mean, I hate to say it like that, but, or the guy is a narcissist manipulator and got her so strung out. Because if you look at pictures of her back in the day and you look at pictures after she met him, she's starting to deteriorate. And just like Madeline, she to me looks like a 19-year-old. She don't look 12 or 13. Because she's got black under her eyes, you know, like she's been molested for 5 years.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That's a toll.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
She was under, I can tell you what, 5 years, 5-6 years of that, like the depression, like everything. That shit was hitting. I'll just say that. Like, come on now.
Well, just think about it. Like, you go to bed and he stays the night. Is he gonna sneak in?
The boogeyman.
Then he would stay up. Yeah. You know, just kind of, you know,
imagine being afraid of that pain in your room and wondering if the boogeyman was going to come in. And that's what Madeline Soto went through. And that's why we are here today.
Absolutely.
That's why we are here today, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice for Maddie.
You're welcome. That. You are welcome. I just want justice for her. That's all I want. That's all I care about. So good luck. I hope we can figure it out.
God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful night.
Thank you.
Make sure you lock your doors. It's Friday. I don't know what you're doing tonight, but make sure them doors are locked. Stay vigilant. If you go anywhere, God bless you, ma'am.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Shout out to her. Beautiful phone call. 219-885-9693. What are your thoughts and opinions on the Madeline Soto case? 407 Central Heaven is in the building. What's going on? You're live.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live on the air.
Hey, how you doing, T-REV?
I am chilling. How about yourself, ma'am? Happy Friday to you, by the way.
Thanks, you too. I'm so glad I finally got in. I just wanted to say, I think that the mothers and the parents, hang on a second, sorry.
You're fine.
I know there's websites in most areas that can, like, you can track, like, child predators and things like that around your community. I would urge parents to use that resource to see if there are anybody living, you know, near them that could have possible connections to a ring, that maybe can see your kids hanging outside a lot and, you know, maybe tip them off to, hey, there's these kids down the street. They're always playing outside. You know, just be vigilant. Keep a closer eye on your kids. I know I've been doing that this past couple of weeks. I've been really freaked out. I'm local to this case. So
this case has you freaked out, huh?
Oh, definitely, because I know there are some sex offenders that live here in my neighborhood, and they could have connections to these rings, and they could tell them, like, hey, these kids, you know, they're always playing out in the yard, and, you know, maybe wait till their mom's not looking and come and grab them or something. I don't know.
Oh, my God. And
so I was just wanted to, you know.
What state is that going on in?
Well, I mean, I'm in Florida.
Oh,
I'm local to
wow.
this case. 10
Wow.
minutes from up the street from where she was found.
So you're literally scared to death out here where you are. This is crazy.
Yeah, I'm afraid for my kids because, I mean, you never know.
Wow, man.
Also, I wanted to say this too. People like this, like Stephen Stearns, that have evidence of, you know, them definitely committing these crimes. Our tax dollars should not be put to waste by bringing these people. You know, they're giving them free room and board. We're feeding them 3 meals a day. They should be immediately executed. If there's physical proof, as in videos, photos, it's a slap in the face to the victims, and it's a waste of tax dollars, money.
Yeah,
So
it is.
that's how I feel.
It is. And wow, just to be out near this area, you said 10 minutes away. You're scared. I don't blame you for being scared. And I'm
Well, I
actually
mean, you
glad that
never
you're
know
being
what
vigilant too,
connections,
you know?
right? What connections these people have if they, you know, if they're all in the same community. They all like the same thing, little kids. So I'm sure there's some kind of connection to them, you know, when they're local, whether they, you know, are like constant connection or just, you know, some kind of way to get a hold of somebody. But I don't want anyone tipping off that my kids are playing out in the yard and, you know, I might have ran in the house real quick or just whatever. You know, we have a lot of property, so I don't know. I just want to be vigilant and tell parents that there are ways to look up, you know, these things in your area to make sure that there's nobody living in your community. And just be vigilant.
Wow.
This happens all the time. You know, kids being taken.
What are your thoughts again when you think about this case? When you look at it, what are your thoughts of with the mother, her reactions, etc.? Allegedly, what is your thoughts on that when you see and hear that there's discrepancies in what she said? Allegedly,
I'm kind of thinking that the way I'm kind of figuring this went down is 13 years old is kind of like a milestone for us, you know, young ladies. When we go to sleep when we're 12, and when we wake up on our 13th birthday, we're like a woman, you know, we're more mature. We kind of, you know, 13 is a big birthday. So I think that she may have said, you know, and she said she wanted to go live in the woods when she was 13. So I think when she turned 13, she finally put her foot down and said, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to tell on you if you keep doing this. And I think she probably was telling the mom. And I think the mom might have been telling her, like, no, he's not. Don't say that, you know, in denial about it, knowing it was going on, and maybe telling her not to tell anybody else, because if she did tell anybody else, they would take her, put her in a foster home. They would never see her mom again. Maybe.
I wonder if that, she said maybe. Put her in a foster home. I wonder what was told to her exactly. You know what I mean? Because
yeah,
a
I
lot of
kind
these
of do
predators,
think that she knew.
a lot of these predators will threaten. Seriously,
Yeah.
they'll threaten not only
yeah.
her, but I wonder if Jennifer Soto was threatened allegedly.
Possibly, yeah. And, you know, they could have even groomed this little girl to believe that it was normal, you know, for your stepdad to, you know, sleep with you.
Oh, my goodness.
Maybe she
And
thought
you're right.
everyone was like that, you know. Maybe she thought that was a normal thing that happened in the house, and, you know, it happened to everybody and nobody really talked about it. Maybe she's finally just coming to the realization that that's not normal. And she was, you know, 13 now, and she was going to stick up for herself and go live in the woods if she had to. And I think she told him no, and that's why he killed her. Yeah, and she stood her ground, and I think she's a hero if she did, because, you know, this could have happened to somebody, a lot of other kids, if, you know, if it kept going, and, you know, just trying to kind of make light, I guess.
So what's your final thoughts on everything that you know with this case right now? What do you think is gonna happen?
I don't know. I kind of think a bombshell is going to happen. Like, I'm not sure exactly what it is yet, but something is big going to happen, I think. I think and because I am local here, I kind of know how these cases work. We did have a high profile case here maybe a few years ago of a young lady that was dismembered by her father of her child. And he dismembered her and then buried her in the backyard, multiple pieces of her body. It was pretty bad. Her name was Jessica Montalvo, I believe is the name, if you want to look it up.
That's so sad.
They charged him with something like abuse of a corpse, I think it was. And then it took them a little while to dot all the I's, cross all the T's, make sure everything was, you know, correct before they charged the murder. But it did come along. It just kind of, I think, sometimes takes, you know, a little bit longer for whatever reason around here, maybe. But they like to be thorough, I think is what it is.
Yeah, I see it the same way. They're crossing their I's and dotting their T's on this one, in my opinion, right now.
Exactly.
I think that's
Exactly.
what's
It's
going on.
coming for them.
Exactly. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community, and also thank you for calling in from the local area, right by where this happened at. And
Yeah, hey, I'm boots on the ground. So if you need me, I'll go investigate. I'll do whatever. Just let me know. And hey, thanks for giving us sharing your platform with us so that we can come on and have our voice being heard. I know you're big in the true crime world, so we appreciate you taking our calls and all that, T-REV.
Absolutely, anytime. And if you just email me and let me know that you were 407 that called from the local
Okay,
area.
cool.
And I
That's where
appreciate
you get the 3 numbers in the beginning when you answer the phone. Okay, I thought that was just random 3 numbers you make up.
Nope, I see the number, and that's why I'm
Okay,
like
I got you.
407 sent
Now I
from
know.
heaven, you know.
Cool. All
Thank
right,
you
thank you
so
so
much.
much.
God bless you,
All
man.
right, take care.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. If you want to call in like her, it's 219-885-9693. Again, we were covering this case. But hold up, there's another 407 sent from heaven in the building again. What's going on? Can you hear me, 407?
Hi.
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Hi, I'm calling from Orlando. I just wanted to share my take on this case. When it comes to the the Cox family, he committed suicide because he knew the cops were coming for him. And I'm thinking the reason he committed suicide is because once Stearns got arrested, they can link him because they went through his phone. Also, they went through his phone, through Steven Stearns' phone, and it could be linked. That's what the buzz is here. I live in Orlando. I actually live where Maddie's grandmother lives and where she went to school in Hunters Creek. So I think their cases are linked. Another thing is I know people are wondering if the mom's involved. In Hunters Creek, we have our own Facebook community page, and a lot of Maddie's friends' parents are on that page, and they stated that their kids told them that she wanted to leave home because she wanted to get away from her mother.
Interesting.
And if you listen to the grandmother's interview, the boyfriend wasn't living there. She said he came for the weekend and she doesn't know why he came. So it sounds like the family and him didn't get along. Why? I mean, nobody knows. Another thing is, I know some of the people watching your show thought his father is a police officer. He's actually in the military. There's a Find Madeline group on Facebook, and his wife is part of the group.
Thank you for sharing that, by the way. I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, they're both in the military, actually. He lives in Texas.
That's good information to know, because that hasn't been talked about much. I mean, they've been saying he was an officer all last night, and I kept seeing the comment. I'm like, what? He's an officer? I didn't hear that.
No, he's in the military. Also, we went to the vigil for Madeline that was held at Hunters Creek Middle School, and none of her family was there. The news channel was there, my fiance and I looked around to see, and none of them showed up.
Wow.
So I thought that was kind of odd,
Yeah,
being that it was
absolutely.
for her daughter and all.
That's interesting. I know people are snooping around so much to the point where they tracked their car down in a car garage. Crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they checked. Did you at the beginning of this live? JLR. I played a little clip from JLR. He got a screen, or not a screenshot, but he got a photo sent to him of allegedly Jenn Soto's vehicle, and it was parked into like a parking garage. And the picture was sent that allegedly at her. I don't forget exactly where she was at, but that's what I showed at the beginning of this live.
Yeah, well, the word here is in Hunters Creek that she is a suspect. She does have a lawyer. And also in regards to that phone call from David Solomon, I don't know if he was telling the truth or not, or some of the stuff he said did sound far-fetched. However, it was the real David Solomon who called, because I messaged him on social media to see if he was the one that called in, and we actually had a conversation for a few minutes, and he said it was him that called in. So I can't say what he was saying was true or not, but it was the real David Solomon who called.
Yeah, that's what we've seen too on the Facebook. We looked up some of the information posts and stuff that he made. Again, some of the stuff that he was talking about was very wild.
Yeah, I think he lost me when he said how he died and his father killed them and an angel brought them back to life and
yeah, I'm down the middle, 50-50.
yeah.
I'm down the middle, 50-50, because it's everything's got to be verified and checked out. And again, I've sent it to somebody who actually has some pool, so I'm gonna see what comes back from that. I still haven't heard anything back from her yet, but I will.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed nice, but yeah, I just don't know if I believe him or not. But in regards to it being a child porn sex ring, I believe so. I mean, he had over 400 images.
Yeah.
The body was found near St. Cloud. He committed suicide right after, the Cox son committed suicide right after all this came out. So with Maddie's death, I just think it's too many coincidences. Also, it wasn't the SWAT team who raided the Cox house. It was Homeland Security. So it's just too many coincidences. Yeah, if you watch the news, it was at first when they played on the news. Remember, I live here. They wouldn't say why that house was being raided. They wouldn't give any information till like 2-3 days later. Then they said it was for a child sex ring. They wouldn't give nothing. Just the news channel was there and they said, hey, Homeland Security is raiding this house. We don't have any information. It was hush hush, which is unusual. But that's what I wanted to say. I just wanted to give you my take. Sorry if I'm all over the place.
No. That's what this is for. And I appreciate you bringing some information to the table that I haven't heard yet, which is her father being in the military, which I don't know how I haven't seen that. But again, that's why I open the lines, is to hear from you guys and hear this information, and you sharing that information with me. I appreciate you calling in, and also not just sharing information, but your theories and thoughts and opinions on this case. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for what you're doing in the community. It helps a lot. It really does. It helps more than you will ever know. So thank you so much. And God bless you. Stay vigilant. It's Friday. I don't know if you're going out or not, but definitely stay vigilant on that. Lock your doors and stay safe, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Shout out to her. Very good phone call. And if you want to call in like her, it's 219-885-9693. We want to hear from everybody. We want to hear from everybody. 469 or 863. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna pick one. 863. You're on with me. Talk to me.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
How you doing, sir? I'm doing okay.
Good. This is Mike again. I got to the other day from Polk County.
Mike, nice to hear from you again, Mike.
Yeah, man. Good show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that you're welcome. That Santa case, I wasn't quite sure what it was. I had to look it up. And I didn't realize, I don't know how much you guys have talked about that. I know you've touched on it a few times, and nobody that I've seen really made much of a connection. I guarantee you that is what blew this whole thing open. Is why it's taken so long. I mean, that happened. What did that happen the next day?
Yeah.
After whatever. And
right after
I think
Rick,
that's what blew this
Rick
phone
call.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I meant. Right after
Yes,
Rick's
sir.
phone call. And I think that we're going to be shocked, man. I think that right there blew this whole thing wide open. And I don't think that. Another thing about Madeline, I was thinking about, and other people have touched on this, I believe. There's no telling what happened to her, man. The night before, who was involved, how many people was involved, who those people were, who they were connected to, what they did to her, how she died. I mean, it's just that this thing is way more confusing than we all think it is. But I guarantee you that Santa thing is what blew this thing open. In the end, I think we're going to find that out.
Man, I don't know. Is it connected, right? Because it is very weird that he got taken down. He has all these videos and photos, and now all of a sudden this group is getting busted to an hour and 25 minutes away from the location where he was at.
Yep. It just doesn't make sense, man. It just doesn't make sense. I just can't wait for this to be over with so we can all see what's going on here. I mean,
right.
It's gonna blow everybody's mind for sure. I don't think they know who killed her, is why they haven't filed charges. I mean, as simple as that sounds, I just don't think they know. I think it may be that deep and twisted and confusing, that they don't know who did it. So I don't know. But I don't want to take up your whole 5 or 6 minutes. I just wanted to touch on that. Let's let somebody else get through. And we appreciate your show, man. You're awesome.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you calling in. And again, I don't know if that Santa case is connected, but like you said, it's weird that guy Rick called in the night before, talked about him and Stefan were in the ring. Then the next day, all those arrests go down. Very weird. I'm glad you brought that up again. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you calling in and being a voice in the community, calling in from Polk County.
Locked and loaded in Polk County.
Locked and loaded in Polk County. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Hey, and another thing, real quick.
Yes, sir.
It's not Judge Grady, for crying out loud, people. Most of the time they call him Grady Judge. Now they're getting that backwards. Anyway,
right.
Have a good night, man.
Appreciate you, brother. God bless you. Lock them doors. Shout out to him. Good phone call. He made it quick too. 219-885-9693. Let's get it. Thank you, Carla. I appreciate you. Peggy, thank you. Rosa, thank you. Hard to get over. We'll become survivors having a mother like that. 916, you are in the mix. Talk to me. Was this Callie in the building?
Yes. Hi, T-REV. I just had a point to make about the phone.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, so here's my theory on the phone. I think it had to been an accident somehow, because he did not plan it premeditated, because wouldn't you want to clear your phone before you killed someone?
Right.
I have all this evidence on my phone, right? Why would I go kill someone and then clear my phone after?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, so that's weird. I did hear about the military, father being in the military. If you look on TikTok, because this case, I cannot sleep. This case has me up all night. But if you look on TikTok, you can see some of the family members kind of talking about it. And the family member was saying one other thing about the body, how it was left out for a couple days in Florida, and that's why it was being cremated. She also mentioned how there was a private funeral, and her name is Hannah Banana on TikTok. I don't know, she's like a little cousin or a niece or something, or that's her niece through family or blood. But if you look it up, Hannah Banana on TikTok, she talks about these things, talks about there being a private funeral for the family, things that we don't know. I just feel like it's frustrating for all of us too.
We've seen the funeral part, the update from the GoFundMe, at least of what they wrote on there. We've seen that. Because they paid for, or this place, they were taking donations, right? And then all of a sudden they cut the donations off and said, or the aunt allegedly responded in the comments of or not the comments, but the description of the GoFundMe, saying pretty much that thank you, that the church covered the funeral cost and that they've now closed it down. So I think they raised like 17,000 and then had shut it down because of the funeral home paid for it allegedly.
Yeah, I definitely also about David, he's kind of sketchy in my opinion, because I tried to look up the FBI agent he was talking about, because I thought that would be something that we could look into, and I can't find anything. So I was like, this is weird. So some of the stories not matching up for me. I think he is speaking some facts about some knowledge that is happening around the world, but as far as him saying that he was a victim of that particular person, I don't know about that. I think the last caller shed a lot of light on what may be happening in that area. I live in California. We're not even doing these type of investigations. If you look up, we are probably right there with Florida on being high and sex trafficking of kids. So
interesting.
I think that all of this is just really giving us awareness of what's going on. It's just a scary time. I have a little son, and so it's very scary times right now. I've been listening to you. I love that you're sharing your story. I also wanted to just mention one more thing.
Absolutely.
You know, your kids, when they're kids, they share so much unconditional love, and they're always doing that to people, even when you make a mistake to your kid and you yell at them and then they come and give you unconditional love. You know, that's maybe why we don't know sometimes, you know, because you think, okay, someone's hurting my kid, they're not going to keep going next to them and hugging them, trying to give them love, you know? So it's easily looked at. It's easily looked past. But what we need to do is be more aware of the signs of what a predator does. Look into the psychology so we know we're aware of what these predators are out here and how to protect our kids more. So just because your kid loves someone does not mean that that person is giving them love back the proper way.
It's a good point. It's a very good point. It's a
I won't hold you up. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Absolutely. Anytime you feel like calling through, call through. I appreciate you calling up, being a voice for not only Madeline Soto, but just sharing your thoughts with everybody and opinions. We appreciate you. Be safe out there in Cali, and hopefully they can get some investigations going on out there and shut down these rings that are going on in Cali. I've heard about them.
Please. Thank you.
God bless
you,
man. Thank you so much for being.
God bless you too.
We appreciate you. I heard good phone call. 219-885-9693, baby. Lines are wide open. Way more deep too. So hell yeah. Trudy. I heard that her car is her mother's garage. Yeah, that's what we were looking at before at the beginning of this live. Yes, ma'am. 832. I'm on with you. Talk to me. 813. You're on with me. What's going on?
Hi.
Yes,
Am I on?
You are live on the air. Yes, ma'am.
Woohoo! Hey, I just
I'm glad to have you, by the way. Where are you calling in from?
Florida.
Shout out to you. Oh, wow. We got a lot of Florida folks in here tonight. I love hearing from my Florida folks. What's going on?
This case has us going crazy.
Let's hear about
it. Especially if you have children. So my thing was that I wanted to share that when I was driving home from work today, I was like, you know what? Maddie had a really tough life with this man, doing whatever he was doing to her, this monster. But somehow in her death, like she was suffering and she couldn't do anything about it. Maybe she didn't have anybody to turn to, but now she has in death say, you know what? That's it for you. You're getting caught because everything happened so fast. Like this guy probably thought he was getting away with all his stuff that he was doing to her, and then he killed her, and now he's in jail. This was within 3 weeks. Now we don't have all the answers as to who murdered her and what happened, but he got found out for what he was doing to her. Everybody in the country knows and sees it, and we're all wide open, and we're like, are our kids okay? Like, is there some details that we should be looking at? So she has all of us looking,
Yes, ma'am.
So she didn't die in vain. And I hope she rests in peace.
Yeah, and how far are you away from this area?
I'm in Tampa, so it's like 45 minutes or so.
Wow, so not far at all. Interesting. Have you went down that way?
Oh, yeah, because that's where the Disneyland and SeaWorld and all of that stuff. So that area we don't go too often, but I've been there a lot of times. And you have to, in order to get to like the parks, you have to pass through Kissimmee.
Wow.
Because Kissimmee comes before Orlando.
Interesting.
Coming from Tampa.
Have you been out there since this happened?
No, I haven't been out there for maybe a year or so.
Wow. And I bet you the whole town's buzzing on this case, or the whole state, damn near.
The whole state, even at work, we're like talking about it. And I'm like a crime junkie. So I'm like, girl, y'all hear what's going on now? And they're like, what? And when I tell them the story, everybody's like, that's so sad. Especially the details when you read on the stuff that he did to her. It's horrific.
It is. It is. It's very horrific. It was triggering just reading it alone.
Yes.
It was. But we got to get through it and get to that information just again to make some changes in this country with predators. And I've been saying this for the last almost 14 lives that we need law change when it comes to predators, like the ones, let's just say the ones that just got busted there right after Stephen Stearns got arrested. Those people should,
I know, that was crazy.
Maybe 200 of them get 5 years in prison and get out. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
But guess what? They get to come out and hurt other family members. We need to
That's the
straighten up
thing.
the laws.
Exactly. And it's like there's so many different aspects of stuff going on. Like, even if you're 17 and you have sex with like a 16-year-old, for the rest of your life, if you're caught, you're marked as a sex offender, when that's not really the case. You know, it was a consensual, they're both young. So stuff like that needs to change. But like these men, because I was a victim too when I was growing up, and my mom knew about it and she didn't do anything.
Wow.
So this
Sorry to
case
hear
just brings me back to those memories, and that's why I'm like, something needs to change. And maybe this did have to happen. It was sad that, you know, what she had to go through, but sometimes God gives you reasons why you're here. They may not be the best reasons, but sometimes things happen for a reason. But that's all I wanted to say. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Thank you.
You're fine. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice. Shout out to you in Florida. Be safe out there, okay? Stay vigilant. Today's Friday. Happy Friday to you, by the way.
Happy Friday, even if I'm on call tomorrow. It's all right.
Oh, God. Shout out to you for what you do. I appreciate you. Thank you for being a voice in the community.
Night.
And you stay safe and lock them doors before you go to bed tonight, okay?
Yes, sir. All right, bye.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Again, Madeline Soto's mother allegedly, her vehicle is allegedly parked somewhere in a parking garage, according to some reports that came out in the screenshot that I was able to see of her vehicle parked in a parking garage. Allegedly, it's Jenn Soto's vehicle. We'll find out. 678. It's never too late. You are live. You're on the air with us right now. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV, it's Andrea from New York calling in. And
building. What's going on, Andrea?
hey, I have been doing some deep digging like you have.
Yes, ma'am.
And something I can't get over right now, and I don't know if you have any more information on it, but the grandmother, I started Googling names because it just seemed weird. And I know somebody called in to one of your earlier shows about names. I think she was talking about wedding certificates and this and that. So I just started Googling names. Couldn't find anything, but it's interesting because there is information out there when you put in like Jennifer Soldier, which is weird because that's kind of the last name she used for her second Facebook page. Do you remember that?
Jennifer Soldier? Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a weird, it wasn't Jennifer Soldier. It was another name, but it was a fake name. She immediately changed her Facebook page, but that was the last name she chose, which I found that very ironically weird when, you know, that's what David Solomon said they changed their names to. Soldiers. What are they, soldiers? So then I'm like, why? It just got curiouser in my mind. Why is Madeline's last name Soto when that's not her biological dad's last name? And where did Soto come from? Because, you know, Jennifer Soto's mom doesn't have that name. I mean, she could be remarried. I couldn't find any information on any of that. Do you have any information on the names and the maiden name of Jennifer or the biological last name of the dad?
Yeah, I do on Jennifer. It's Jennifer what was it? I actually have it. Yeah,
it's Jennifer Lisette Soto.
Allegedly. Yeah, I seen it on we pulled it up on the marriage certificate last night live.
Correct. And that got me thinking and doing all this, all digging into the name thing, because how does that make sense? Is that her maiden name? Should she just keep her maiden name when she got married and they gave her maiden name to her daughter? I don't know. I'm so confused on the last names. And so the grandmother's last name is Sembrano.
Interesting.
And where does that come in? Is that?
It's a good question.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Sailor Coda, yeah, that was the name I seen on Facebook last, but she removed it. What's going on, Brittany? I seen that removed though, like the name. Maybe Jenn didn't give her the bio father's last name.
You know, maybe I'm confusing all of this in my head with Sailor Soldier. I don't know. Maybe it's just.
Well, I mean, anybody can change their name on Facebook. So I know Facebook's weird sometimes, but sometimes people can get through the lines and switch their names and make them weird names, and it's like whatever.
Right. They pull up ghost accounts, which it's very obvious when there's only like, one picture or whatever. But it was interesting when I did pull up some of those names. There was like one or two pictures, and it was like a picture of an adult, and then they changed their profile picture to a child, which I was like, okay, I'm just getting skeptical now and paranoid and freaked out and triggered. And, the reality is, I think I said it the other night, there's no avoiding it. There's no staying away from it. It's just being aware, being a teacher to those, I don't know. And then I started watching the original videos again. And I know I emailed you a whole bunch of the original videos and some of Grady, A. Jones on an email. But I did email you some stuff and also some psychic readings that I really am intrigued by. I love all paranormal, I believe, as you do.
Yeah.
And so there's a psychic.
I seen the one you said about the psychic.
Did you? And it was like days and days ago, and she was hot.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the one you sent. I've seen a lot of stuff. A lot of people been sending in so much information that I literally would take me hours to just go through like a lot, like 6 of them, because I get stuck in conversations.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, if you do go back and look at any of the original videos, it's interesting when you put side by side Jenn's interview and her mom's interview. The story's identical. She even says about a girl on a grainy video in a green sweater walks to the church just like Jennifer. And she even says the direct words like, in my heart, we believe she was taken. It's just so, I really do believe it's something deeper, I guess what I'm saying. And now I'm starting to accuse the rest of the family who hasn't come forward or done anything that seemed what a normal person would do. I don't know. I really wish I could figure out the deal with the little girl's last name, like with birth certificate wise. I mean, I'm a mom. Like you can't leave a hospital with a baby without a father on there or some reason why you don't have a father's name.
Jenn Soto, or Soto is Jen's dad's last name. I see people saying that in chat. I think this is a sting operation, faking a death, nailing Stephen. This is huge. What, faking death? Interesting.
There are a lot of charges that, like you were saying earlier, we have no idea what Florida state law is, but I am happy that there are 100 people on board. I was actually living in a camper for a while, and I was in Georgia. I know I have the strangest stories, but these are all true. I have no reason to make any of this up. But it's just information in case, FYI. In the state of Georgia, as a sex offender, you do not have to avoid those public places like campgrounds with little kids. All you have to do is check in with your probation officer and tell you the address that you're at. So everyone at that campground had no flipping idea. This creepy pedophile was there with labs at the playground all the time, and it was like, what the heck, until officers showed up at his door and we're like, why are you here? And they told us, he didn't check in. What?
Yeah, that's weird.
They're allowed in every public area you can think of. They're allowed. They just need to check in.
That's the problem, and we need to change that. We need to be able, I mean, honestly, it's actually sickening that they're allowed back out. Yes, they're registered and you see it, but it's actually sickening to the fact that when I think about it, that these people even get a chance to come back into society and again devastate multiple families, if not just one. Again, and I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts and opinions with us, Andrea. I appreciate you. I look forward to hearing from you again.
Completely 1,100% correct when you say, we have to do something, and God bless Madeline and God rest her soul. And you can tell in this, I'm just going to just say this and wrap it up because I know everyone else needs to come in and speak. think of just put, and I know you can, because I can. If you put yourself in this little girl's shoes, and she must have reached out for so many times, and for so many people to just deny her in so many directions, it's just so heartbreaking. And thank you for just being her voice right now, T-REV. Love you so much.
Thank you, Andrea, for being here and being a part of being her voice. Thank you so much. God bless you.
God bless you too.
Lock your doors too. It's Friday night. Happy Friday to you also. Shout out to her. We appreciate Andrea calling in 219-885-9693. Great point she makes about these predators being allowed in public. They're allowed second chances, slaps on the wrist. They're allowed to get deals by the judge. They are allowed to come out and hurt your family, my family, anyone's family in America. They're allowed to do that shit. 619, what's on your mind? Talk to us.
Oh my gosh, I'm on.
Yes, ma'am. You were on. You were live. Talk to us.
Yeah. So now I don't even know what to say.
You say whatever's on your mind.
So the guy that called David.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really weird, but also as terrible as it is, it kind of made sense.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard a lot of things. I watch a lot of ID on television.
Me too.
And
binge it.
I've seen real cases like that.
Binging it. I binge ID 2020, all that. I'm with you.
My husband gets mad. He hates watching it, but that's literally what I watch all day, every day. So
that's where I learned how to make docuseries like this right here, from watching shows like that and learning the information, etc. That's where I've learned and created and got the skill from, is watching ID and, just being so invested into those shows. So. Right.
And so that's why when he was talking, it did sound crazy, right? But I've watched actual documentaries that stuff happens.
Exactly. And that's why I'm not saying, okay, this guy's a liar. I'm waiting until things come forward and are fully checked out, full circle, before I give my honest opinion.
Yeah, I messaged him on Facebook too, and he messaged me back a lot, and he sent me a lot of documents, how he sent them to you, and it's crazy. But for him to have said that he knew Stefan, like, I mean, and the whole thing about the mom and the grandma saying that they believe that she was taken, I mean, some of that kind of falls into what he was saying.
Yeah, it does. It does. Some of it did. And the same thing with Rick. If you go back and listen to the Rick phone call, you'll notice that Rick brings up something similar to Stephen Stern's Reddit post.
I think I was actually watching when he was on.
Well, if you go back and listen again and you read the Reddit post and then listen to Rick in like the middle of that phone call, he brings up how Stephen said it's nothing until you get caught. Like, and that's basically how he was talking on Reddit. They got to catch you first, and by the time you come under or go under the radar or whatever he was saying on there, which was a long spill, but I thought that was interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, it all is, and I just hope that they figure it out soon, and if maybe the cops already know and they're just not telling us.
Right.
That's a big thing too.
Can't do ID too much. It depends what show it is. It depends. Like for me, it's See No Evil or Fear Thy Neighbor, or there's tons of different ones that I watch on ID.
I watched every single one of those.
What's the Aphrodite? Or what's her name again? Where she goes to the prisons and she talks to these people. She sits down with them and literally, I watch them all. So it's an addiction for me. True crime and the stories of the voiceless. I personally watched Disappeared also.
Yeah, I was just going to say Disappeared. I was waiting till you were done talking. Yes, that was
hurts me when I got to see these cases and these people disappear. Like, for instance, Riley Strain walking towards a bridge and vanishing in thin air with no trace. Like, it's a case that just came out now. I was like, and I said it last night. I said, is it going to be like Disappeared with this person? Because they're walking towards a bridge and vanish after that. Pretty interesting.
That comes into the UFO stuff, though, I think.
So with this case in general, does the mother stand to be suspect to you, allegedly, with the statements that she has made?
I mean, it's not just her statements. If I have 3 kids, and if any of my kids went missing, I don't even know that I could speak. I would be so, I can't even imagine something like that happening. And she just seemed so like she was forcing herself to have any type of emotion. She seemed more nervous that she, maybe she was trying to figure out what she was going to say, but I just don't know how a mom wouldn't know what was going on, because I mean, I'm sure there's things I don't know. My girls are teenagers, but something like that happening to her for so long, I don't see me not knowing something like that.
It's weird. And the thing that I was reading at the beginning of this was just to update people on what is being said is that Jennifer Soto lied about the circumstances surrounding her daughter Madeline's disappearance and was last known moment. Specifically, she provided conflicting accounts regarding when she last saw her daughter.
Yeah, she said she saw her get dressed, but then she didn't see her. She only saw her the night before. I know all of it is crazy. It's terrible, and I just hope that this little girl gets justice, because that's why we're all here.
And it doesn't. Again, I don't know what's going on, but reports and pictures that I've seen from today, somebody's following her around and taking pictures of where she's at. They literally got a picture.
Yeah, how her car was in the garage.
Picture in the garage. I'm like, what the hell?
That's crazy.
People are on her bumper.
Well, I mean, I live in California, so I can't be, but I'm pretty sure that.
I'm gonna go snatch some kids.
Be quiet. Oh my God, my husband. He thinks he's hilarious.
Oh my God. What do you say? I'm gonna go what? Snatch what?
He said, I'm going to go snatch some kids. He's leaving, taking our kid to church right now.
Oh, okay. I was like, wow.
Yeah, he meant he's going to get rid of some kids. Well, thank you so much for taking my call. I'm so glad that we're able to, I don't know, just figure all this stuff out. I hope that it gets done soon, because at least she's in a better place. I know that.
Yeah.
She's not going through that pain anymore.
But she still deserved to live past that and tell her story and get it, you know what I mean, and persevere through things like a lot of us have. A lot of us have been through some stuff, and it's not fair that her life was stolen and she never got to live through and overcome what happened to her here. Imagine her story growing, you know what I mean? That's the thing that hurts the most, is that this happened to her, but now she lost her life and can't tell her story. And that's,
I know, we never could help her. That's the part that is so bad, is that if we would have found it, anybody would have found out what was going on and they could have helped her, instead of she's gone now. So now it's kind of, we're not able to fix her,
Man, this case is in my heart heavy. Every day I wake up, I immediately look for updates. I'm immediately looking for different things that came out accurate, but not much is coming out on this case besides the discrepancies about Jenn. And it's like, okay, that's what we're being left with. I know that there's an investigation going on. I don't need to be explained like a toddler. I know that investigations can take a long time. I've been watching true crime since I was a little baby, or a little kid sitting on my grandfather's lap watching Unsolved Mysteries. I've always loved true crime. I know how the investigations work, but states are different. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what they're waiting for, or what possibly, or who they are honed in on for the murder of Madeline Soto. Again, Stephen Stearns, Jenn Soto, nobody has been charged with the murder of Madeline Soto. Day 15. This was on the 1st of March that she was found, correct? And now we're on the day 15 with no charges set forth on either Jenn Soto or Stephen Stearns. Ma'am, I appreciate you calling in and being a voice in the community. Thank you so much. God bless you. Make sure you lock your doors and make sure they come back from church. I love you.
Yes, God bless you.
I'm just playing with you. God bless you and your husband and your whole entire family, okay?
Thank you so much. Same to you.
God bless you guys. Shout out to her. I appreciate her being a voice for Madeline Soto. 219-885-9693. Where is all my voices for Madeline Soto at? What's your thoughts and opinions on this case? Again, Jenn Soto, the discrepancies, I got them all right here. 469, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are live.
Hey, how are you doing, T-REV?
I'm doing okay. I'll be doing better when you mute the background and I can hear you so clear that the
I'm
angels
doing
in
it
heaven can
right
hear you.
now.
It's okay. Take your time. No rush.
I'm doing okay. I'll be doing better when you mute the background and I can hear you so clear. Okay, there we go. It takes me a second. I'm an old woman.
Mute the background. Sorry, you're live on Jennifer. All right, so in general, here with the Madeline Soto case, what is your thoughts and opinions, and what do you want to share with us tonight that's on your mind?
Well, tonight I want to share. Well, I went on a tangent a couple of days ago because I'm so angry about this. But I've been really thinking about this, and I think that maybe the reason we haven't seen any charges be filed against Jenn Soto is because she may have made a deal with the state to testify against him. And if that has happened, then for her to be able to testify against him, that means that she had to have known what was going on. And I think that there's a lot more going on with this phone situation. I mean, he felt like he had to reset his phone. I think that he may have been dealing in child porn with his own stepdaughter. And that's so sad for me because they're saying that she's been going through this since she was 8 years old.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long time for a child to be without any help. And it's just so sad to me. And it's going to be even sadder if we find out that, yes, later on, he's charged with her murder and she gets to testify against him and she doesn't get any time. But it happens all the time in the United States. It happens all the time, and she's still guilty, but she's going to make a deal. And I feel like that's what's going on because otherwise, why haven't they done anything?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's in her car. Now people are following her around, her car's in the garage. I mean, people are on her bumper in Florida. They're watching her. People, just regular people are watching her.
Because people are angry. They're angry. I'm in Texas. I'm angry. I wish that I could get in my Tahoe and drive down there and just look at her and ask her, what were you thinking?
You shared your story with me, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I do remember
the lady who went to prison in Texas.
I remember you said you went to prison for 8 years. And that year, the person got out before you did.
Yes, because here in Texas, yes, here in Texas, if you are a sex offender, the state of Texas, TDCJ, which is the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, will allow you to take a sex offender course, which is about 18 months, and then they will send you to a halfway house with a monitor on for another 6 months, and then you're out. And that's what happened with him. He got out and he actually reoffended again. But me, I stayed in prison my entire 8 years, day for day, every day. And then just the thought of knowing that he was able to be free. And here I was still sitting in prison for what I did to him because he brutalized my child. And that just, I'm an angry person about that still. That happened in 2004. I got out of prison in 2012. And I'm going to tell you, I feel like he's probably done things to children since then because he's been free. And I just think that, when someone shows that they're consistently doing the same thing, let me tell you something. In Texas, if you consistently sell drugs and you get caught consistently, they do the 3 strikes you're out down here on drugs, and you get like a long sentence. It could be life. It could be 75 years. I know people who have gotten 75 years for selling drugs because it was their 3rd time getting caught. But this man is out molesting children, running lives. Okay. And people know that once you're a pedophile, you don't just wake up one day and say, I'm going to stop being a pedophile. You just continue until you get caught, and then you use them old cow eyes. I'm so sorry, I'm sick. Let me tell you something. I was molested my whole life from the time I was 4 until I was 14 years old. And I said to myself, I will never let my children be in this situation. Okay? So I feel like that's just some bullshit. Excuse my language. When people say, "Oh, well, the reason I was doing it is I was molested." No, you choose to do that, because every day I wake up and I choose not to go where this man is and do something to him. Every day I make a decision that I want to stay free, because trust me, if we had a purge, he's top on my list, baby. He's top on my list. You know, and that's just how I feel. And I feel like this woman, she is just a blight on motherhood. Like, no one should even consider her a mother. She had a child. She manufactured a child, and she did not mother it.
Bing bang. Chat is so fast. Oh, do I need to slow it down? That's crazy. And again, you did 8 years. The guy that did what he did got out before you did, which is absolutely insane. And what were you doing? Something that was on your mind from something that he did to your family.
I revenged my child. That's what I did. And I'd do it again. I would do it again. Let me tell you something. Right now, my child, I told you, she's missing. She's out there on the streets. Don't nobody know where she's at, because she's not right in her head.
Oh,
but
yeah?
I got
Send me your name, and we'll put a video out about her.
Okay,
We'll
I will
find,
send you
her name,
pictures and
send me the
everything.
information, send me the
She's
pictures.
beautiful.
I got you.
She's beautiful. And I'm going to tell you why I think that people in here in Texas aren't doing anything about it. Because I called and tried to get them to do all kinds of stuff. And they were like, well, she's an adult. Texas is very racial, and my children are interracial. And my daughter is a beautiful interracial young lady. And I think that the police just did not care, because she wasn't what they are looking for. I bet if my child, and I ain't trying to be funny, and I know there's probably going to be some people that's going to say, oh, she had to bring that up. But it's the truth. It's the truth. And when more people wake up and they see the truth, that people of different races get treated different ways when it comes to missing, when it comes to all kinds of stuff, then the world will be a better place, because then we can stop it.
Well, I've seen it firsthand. I've seen that what you're talking about. I do want to say that that is true what you're talking about. I've seen it firsthand in Norfolk, Virginia, where I'm born and raised from. So I've seen that firsthand. I've seen people, friends of color, be treated differently than me by police while being with them. And I've seen it at firsthand with my own eyes of the way that people were being treated. So when you talk about the interracial stuff, a lot of that is true, but we also do need to touch up on the good law enforcement that don't look at things that way, because there's people like us.
There is good law enforcement. I had just got a message on one of these sites that I have my daughter's picture on, and it was from a young lady. She was from Houston, but she said that my daughter was up in another area of the state. And she told me, that I needed to go there to look for her, that she knew she was there. So I called the police there. And one of the police officers I talked to, he was so upset that the Fort Worth Police Department, Tarrant County, when she first went missing, wouldn't take a missing persons report on her. He told me, he said, I want you to try it again, and if they don't do it again, I'm going to take this and her picture in front of my detectives, and I'm going to try to get something done here, because he went to the place where she was supposed to be, and evidently the people there are all on drugs, and they were acting suspicious, he said, and he felt like maybe she could possibly be there, but he didn't see her. And so, I get calls like that all the time, though, from people saying they saw her here, they saw her there. Some people might be, meaning well, and some people might not. I just hold out for the fact that I believe that she's still alive, and I'm not going to stop believing that she's not alive until someone can put her body in front of me and prove to me that that's my child, because I'm never going to give up on her no matter what.
So, all right. So what I want you to do is send me information attached to the email. Your 469. Attach that and your name, and send me an email with some information, and I'll post it up.
Okay. Where do I find your email at? Because I'm new at all this.
Get a pen real quick, write it down, and I'll give it to you real quick. So that way you have it and you know that you have the right one.
Okay, I'm putting you in my phone.
Okay. Just let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
It's Trev, like TREV. 757.
757.
Yes, ma'am. PSN.
PSN?
Yes, ma'am. At gmail.com.
PSN at Gmail.
Yes, ma'am. And then email me what you want me to share and just exactly how you want me to share it, and I'll share it. I promise you.
Well, I appreciate you. I do. I appreciate you because I just know that she's out there somewhere.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
if I can help her, that's what I want to do. And what I was going to say about my other two daughters, I have two other daughters that are beautiful. They're smart. They're out there. They're making their life as good as they can be. They're mothers. They're good mothers, and I'm proud of them. But I tell you right now, if one of them called me right now, this very moment, and said, "Mama, this has happened," I would load up and I would be there in Virginia or in Georgia, because I got one in Virginia, one in Georgia. And I probably would be back in prison again. But let me tell you something. That's what a mother and a grandmother does. They don't sit up and think, oh, I don't want to lose this man, because if I lose him, I'm not going to be anything, and look the other way when they molest your daughter. And for mothers out there that might be watching this, that might be in that situation, y'all need to wake up. Your child is your life. That's your blood. That's your lifeline. That's your future. And if you give away your future and your blood and your lifeline for some sorry SOB that really don't want you, he's with you because you've got a child.
Right.
You need to get some help, and you need to get your child some help today, not next week, not the next time he don't go out and he don't come back in. You need to today go and get you some help, because a mother is going to do what it takes, however it takes, to take care of her child.
Ma'am, you said it perfectly, right on the money, and it reminds me of the way that my Mima talked. And I appreciate you coming on to the show, not only sharing your stories, but thoughts on the Madeline Soto case and being a voice, a grandmother voice for everybody. Thank you so much. Like, honestly, your story touches me. I want to share that information. We could put a video out, some information out on, maybe we can, somebody around Texas knows your daughter. I know I got a lot of people from Texas in here. So again, share that information with me and I'll share it out. And thank you so much for calling in and being a staple to the show and showing your heart and speaking for Madeline Soto. We appreciate you, ma'am.
Well, I appreciate you too, and everything you're doing for people right now by having this show.
Absolutely. And I will continue to do that. And not only will we continue to do that, we will try to make a change or be a voice to make some change in these laws to get these perverts off the street the first time around, not the 8th time around. God bless you.
Right. Well, you're just one stellar young man, and I'm very, very glad to be a part of this.
Well, you're my new Mima. Thank you, Mima.
I will be your Mima. And anytime you come to Texas, you can come to Mima's house, because let me tell you something. I'll open my home to you, my kitchen to you, because you're making a change. You're doing something that a lot of young men your age don't do, and it's very stellar, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate you. And I'll be looking for your email. God bless you. Mima. Shout out to Mima. We appreciate it. Wow. Wonderful words. 219-885-9693. Call up. Be a voice for Madeline Soto. 910 on the show. Talk to me. 330. You're on the show. Talk to me.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You were live on the air right now as we speak.
I'm honored. I am honored.
Yeah. I thought you said my nerves.
Oh, no. I'm honored. I'm so glad I got in.
Thank you so much for calling in. What are your thoughts and opinions on this case as it sits right now, day 15, no arrest?
I know. And ever since, I've been listening to you on this case all along. But the day before yesterday, I forget which day that David spoke. Was that his name?
Yeah, it's about 3 days ago.
Yes. I can't get this out of my head. I am telling you, I honestly believe that Stearns is the tip of an iceberg, a much bigger iceberg. First of all, with all those photos and videos, you cannot tell me that he was not sharing. The one thing that really stands out with me is
I don't know where the mother worked. I don't know where Jenn worked and how much money she made, but from what I understand, they lived in a very nice gated complex. I want to know where the money for all that came from. And believe me, T-REV, I have my own true crime stuff. I'm an army of one trying to help somebody right now.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I know the fear. I know the fear of a person who has information that could hurt influential people.
Wow.
And the fear is real. And, you know, it's not only that, Florida is notorious for the buying and selling of children. I think Stearns was into that. I think he was involved. And I also think, did you know, I don't know if you know, but he has a court date already.
Yeah, the court date. I seen that set
May
forward, right?
15th. Pardon me?
I seen it set forward, the court date or the trial date, which I don't think that's going to go through anyways. I think that's going to be prolonged.
It might be, but for one thing, the defense, from what I understand, the defense decides the trial time. And so they get to decide. And if they are pushing for this early, they want him to get nailed for all this other stuff and go away. They don't want to drag this out because the longer it is, it's going to give time for bigger things to be exposed. There was Grady just exposed the day before yesterday, a huge ring. Just did the, the big conference thing that they have. And it was a ring, hundreds. 2 of them within the past couple weeks.
That's
So
crazy.
I just feel like that's where the mystery is. There's more to this.
Now, do you think that this ring,
have,
you think
really.
the ring connects though here? You think that this sex ring or
Absolutely.
sex trafficking ring, let me reframe myself
Yes.
here. It connects
Yes.
together with Stephen Stearns and what was being run? Because that's an hour and 25 minutes away that big sting happened.
Yes, I do. I do. Then with the Santa Claus and his son committing suicide, come on.
I heard he comes from money too, just from some research and things that I've seen. There was a whole conversation thread on there, and a lot of people were talking about, man, he was born into money with his parents. And I
Yes.
was trying to figure out where they got that from, but I couldn't find a conclusion on it of where they figured out he was born into money.
Yeah, I had heard that too. The one other thing I wanted to touch on is the Disney World. And for years, I've deep dived into a lot of things. For years, I have known, according to what I've researched, that the Disneys are dark. Walt Disney himself was involved in the occult. He was not a person that liked God in real life. And I mean, I am the first person, I will tell you, this time last year, I would have laughed at you if you mentioned the Illuminati, but I am feeling these vibes now.
Wow. Interesting. The Illuminati.
You know?
Yeah,
Hello.
yeah.
Look at Kate Middleton's missing. Hello. Her brother-in-law was friends with Epstein. It's scary. And it could all be speculation. I understand that, but this has me worried.
Damn, I see a lot of people for this case. I can understand why the tinfoil hats come out from, I'm sponsored by Reynolds right now. Like, honestly, I'm sponsored by Reynolds right now.
Are you?
Get your aluminum tinfoil. I'm serious, because this case is wild. Like, it really is. It's not like with Idaho 4, people had tried to make it out to be some crazy, and that case is going to carry on again. I have my opinion on that one, but a lot of people had their hats out on that one. Well, this one, you could probably slide one out for everyone in chat. This one's wild.
Yeah. Yeah. It's too many things are happening by coincidence. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And there's a point when there just can't be that many coincidences. We're not at that point right now, but it's not looking good. But that's pretty much all I had to say. I'm old enough to be your mother.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I even turned my sister onto you, and we think you're adorable. You are just adorable.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So good luck. I appreciate everything you do. I really do. You're an amazing guy. Like the other caller said, you really are.
I'm working there.
Oh, why are they saying be careful with Disney?
I don't know. People say be careful with Disney because a lot of people think Disney's sus.
Disney has power. It's all about the Benjamins. And Disney's up there. Disney's up there just like the Royals. And, you know, it goes on.
The chain of command.
Yep.
The chain of command, huh? Is that what that's what I've seen people call it. There's a chain of command in Disney. It's very dark. I don't know, like the things that they show for children now, like you know, same. There's just some things I won't share my opinions on. I'm gonna just leave it at what it is right now. I will speak on it later, but I do have my thoughts about Disney too, and the certain things that I've seen on there that I wouldn't want any child watching.
No, there's a lot of darkness to it. And you know, quite honestly, Disney World down in Florida might be the whole trafficking thing, but Disneyland is not innocent. They've got other stuff going on, other dark, nasty stuff. So, you know, it's scary.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being the voice in the community. And also thank you for what you do in the community, digging up stuff and finding as much information as you possibly can and educating people. Thank you for doing that. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful night.
You too.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. If you want to call in just like her, it's 219-885-9693. Again, we're here today to discuss matters. Again, there's inconsistencies within Jenn's statement, according to some reports coming out. Again, it's absolutely insane. Nothing is going on with this case as far as investigations behind the scenes. 541. I hope you don't have a gun. You are live right now. Talk to us.
Hey, am I really?
Yes, you are live on the air with us right now with the Rev Gang family. Talk to us about the Madeline Soto case. What's your thoughts and opinions?
Well, my thoughts and my opinions are, this is just a horrible, and it's in my heart every day, kind of like what you were saying. I wake up and I look to see what's going on or if there's been any updates. But I'm really bothered by the people with the mother has mental health issues and the medicines that she's taking, and really passing that off to like be an excuse for what has happened with her daughter. And it bothers me. It's just like there's all kinds of people with mental illness and that are medications, but they don't let a predator in their home for all these years and to take your kids advantage. And I just think that it's given the whole, it just sucks. It makes me very passionately emotional, all the above, because any mother that has any right mind about her knows their children, and I don't care on medicine or not, your babies. And what she has clearly went through for all these years, there was little signs. And so it makes me believe, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening to you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
It makes me really, almost feel like the Jenn was like a competition, like,
right?
Of Maddie, and made it because of her sickness, not a mother-child, more like a rival, because anybody that would be on national TV saying that their child is missing, without any connection, as much as she was so disconnected, it just makes me hot, because not one time was there any love or emotional, and I get like everybody isn't on TV every day, or it's a different scene, but still it was so disconnected, that it just makes her look guilty. If she tried to come out now, even if she is going to testify against him or whatever, if she was to, wouldn't she want to say, make it right? She knows what's being said about her,
right?
And at the very least, come out and say, hey, this is where I was at. I love my daughter, and this is, give it something. instead of just being in hiding and making yourself look more more guilty. And this poor I can't quit thinking about her. Like, I'm really like, you know, I watch and I try to educate, and I really can't shake this, because this little girl was just for years and years, and nobody there to protect her. And it's just, you know, he will get his, you know, he will get his. He's in jail. He's not leaving. And when he gets let out of the population, he will get his. I have no doubt about it. You know, he is the one that ended her life. We all know it. You know, at least he's there. I heard, I don't know if it's fake news, but I heard today somewhere, or read, that he has been on suicide watch, and I don't know how accurate that is, but that will really piss me off if that happens.
Yeah,
I thought that he does.
I heard the same thing too.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that will piss me off if he gets you know, if he does off himself and gets you know, an easy way out, because that certainly would be. And yeah, so they better be watching him really closely. You know.
Yeah, I heard today too the same thing, that he was on not just suicide watch, but you know, pretty much PC. So he's in protective custody also, in a sense. He's nobody can get near him, and if I mean, just unleash him to general population, they'll take care of him.
Yeah, oh, they absolutely will, and it will happen, because he can't. I mean, yeah, his day will definitely come, but I just don't want it to come by his own hand.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither.
I think that he needs to, you know, I mean, horrific things that that were just in the whole affidavit of, you know, it's there's no words that can even explain how bad it is, and what that little girl and what she must have felt, you know, just to be absolutely alone, 100%, nowhere to turn. Like that's fucking. Whoops, sorry.
No, you're good. This is an adult show. Some people, you know, I get it. They don't like cursing, but this is an adult show. I mean, I don't tell nobody to be different than what you are or what you would be off. You know what I mean? So I don't really care too much about the cursing. And again, this is an adult show for 18 plus. It's not. I'm just letting people know this is not for children. You know,
right.
This is not for children. What we talk about.
Right, for sure. I mean, I just hear like some people saying YouTube, they, you know, frown against it or whatever, and I just, out of respect,
we don't give a shit. We don't care here. I don't care. But whatever. What do they want to do? We want me to go to another platform? Because I'm more than welcome to do that. YouTube, let me know. I don't care. You can delete this right now, and I'll make it all over again from the start, from the ground up. That's what I'll do.
You're great. You're great.
I really don't care. Like people, I mean, of course, losing a channel would be a big thing, but then I could make it all over again from the ground up. I wouldn't care. And we're going to speak about what we want to speak about here, and they won't stop me from speaking about it in case they remove this channel. So good luck doing that.
Right on. Good for you. Yay.
That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, that same.
I'll do it all over again.
You know, just speak the truth, and clearly, you know, that's what you do, and I appreciate that, because there's just so much fake news and bullshit out there, and you do, like I said, I'm new to your channel here, and I instantly took by what you had to say, and yeah, you can tell that you're wholesome, and you're passionate, and you're real, and so that has a lot to do with you know, just you know, because there's just so much people out there trying to put their spin on things, and yeah, so I appreciate the realness.
I mean, some people will go, you know, some things aren't allowed on this platform. Well, I'll talk about whatever. I don't care about talking about whatever. I'm not scared to have conversations that others are scared to have. And oh well, they removed the channel. We'll do it all over again. Like I said, and that we're talking about the case here of Madeline Soto and discussing speculations, thoughts. We're to also talk about some facts surrounded around the case and the other things that we've heard. We had last night, we were listening to a news clip where a guy called into another show, like this guy Rick called in and said that Stephen Stearns was collecting semen in bottles.
Yeah,
So-
a friend, his friend, actually, Stefan's friend, from childhood, said that on some guy, I can't, Gray Hughes, I believe.
Yeah, that's who
yeah.
was on. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's sick shit right there. And also, I think he added he was caught lurking in on his mom, that's a dad or something caught him intercepted, like, what the fuck are you doing? And he was just like, she was undressing or something where he shouldn't have been. But yeah, the same dude, the same friend said something to that manner too. So like, yeah, some weird shit. He's a weird dude. He's a sick dude. Oh my God, yeah, so bad.
Somebody said
But
that
yeah,
the Peace Methodist Church isn't right. It says it right here. Peace United Methodist Church. Says it right here. No, somebody said that it wasn't right. Oh, you got it wrong in your video. Well, no, it says it right there. I mean, I made sure it added up.
Oh, that being said.
Yeah, no. On the docuseries that I created, I put Peace United Methodist Church. That's exactly the same name. Somebody's trying to say that was wrong, but it says it on Google. Google it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I follow you now. Yeah.
But I want to say this. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice for not only the community, the Rev Gang family, but for Madeline Soto, a voice for the voiceless. Thank you so much for calling and sharing your thoughts.
I'm from Oregon, and believe me, I press it, like, just to being aware of just around it. Too many people like to just turn their head the other direction because it's uncomfortable. But the uncomfortable needs to be said, because look at this world. Like, I mean, it isn't getting any better. So that's all we have.
Absolutely.
Right.
Thank you so much for calling in again. Happy Friday to you. Make sure you lock your doors before you go to bed tonight. God bless you, man.
Right.
Thank you so much.
You too. Thank you.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. We're still on it. You said it's possible, Stephen. What? No TikTok. I mean, I got one, but no, I definitely would not make that my main platform. Absolutely not. No way. 309, what's on your mind? Talk to me. 309, could you hear me?
Hello?
You are live on the air. 309, talk to us.
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me?
No. You got through.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to be a lot of haters on here. You want to have a lot of haters on here?
A lot of haters? What do you mean?
Let me turn down. There we go. Well, what I mean is, no murder charge, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, a big sting, right? A big pedophile sting. Okay. So hush, hush, right? Madeline probably did go to someone that went to authorities, and my thinking is, and this is my thinking, is I don't know what's going on, but never heard of a stage of crime ever, right?
Right.
Okay, so no murder charge. So the body. Okay, so you can have crime. You can what do you call them?
Crime of passion? What you mean?
No, hire crime people to act out. Actors and stuff.
Oh, you mean like a photo? I see what you're saying. What do they call it? A psych?
Yeah.
Or I forget what they call. I know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah. And what I'm thinking of is Maddie is not dead. I don't think she's dead. I really don't. I think she turned in this pedophile that has a big ring all across the USA. And they're working on getting all the stings, to pull them in to, arrest them all. That's what I think.
Is this
I don't
Vicky?
think Maddie's dead. Yeah.
Oh, this
Yeah, I
is
don't
Vicky.
think
That was in
Maddie's
chat.
dead.
I seen you commenting in there, Vicky. I'm glad you called up to clarify what you were talking about. That's great. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm sorry to. I mean, I don't mean to upset your.
This is just your thoughts, though.
People.
I mean, this is your thoughts. Even if I respectfully disagree, like I do, I'm still letting you speak because, in general, what if you're right? You know,
What if I'm right? I think I'm right. I really think I'm right. Because have you never heard of people disappearing and they're still alive? They're in protective custody, right? Yeah. Yeah, I really think that Madeline is probably saving some of these kids right now.
Oh, she definitely is.
So.
She's got Madeline's definitely watching over the mothers out there, the meemaws, the grandfathers, the dads, the mom. There's a lot of people on standby in this chat that are definitely in that area that have called in that said they're scared, they're watching their kids, they're making sure because of this stuff. They're scared in this town. They are shaken to the core. We've heard
it's over the United States.
Yeah,
it's over the United States. You know that. And it's pathetic. And
now, I don't know about the missing, like, or people that you're talking about was saying that you don't think she's dead, but why would they come out?
There's never
Why would they come out and say that? Why would they come out and say, "Hey, we found her dead in this area. We're in a helicopter searching." Why would they say that they found her dead, deceased? Not only that, but her pictures of her body came out on Instagram on accident, and people were sending that over to me. I didn't even click open on it, but it's been confirmed that her body was shared. So would they fake all that?
Well, I'll tell you what, Princess Diana had the same thing. So she's not dead. So
interesting. Well, I was just curious because I'm thinking in my head, damn, that's a lot to go on the news with and say, you know, this little girl.
Well, you know what they want to catch? They want to catch these people. They want to catch all these predators. And Trump is working on that big time. I mean, big time. Non-stop.
Interesting. It's interesting. It's the first take I've heard like this yet.
Well, I mean, you know, you can take it as you wish. I'm just putting it in your ear. And you can fake a body. Okay. You can fake anything. You can have these days you can have a blue screen or whatever. You can a green screen, I mean, and fake anything you want to fake. Yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, you can do. I got a green screen right behind me.
But what I'm saying is, this pedophile shit is a big part of the United States. It's really huge, and it's got to end. And it's a sting. It is a sting. And yes, Pence is one of them. Well, he's not alive anymore, but I mean, he killed 100 kids, so you know, I know so much that.
Interesting. What are your final thoughts before I move on to the next caller about what do you think's going to happen at the end of this case? What is your conclusion? What do you think
Well, my conclusion is that Madeline is going to bust this pedophilia all over the U.S. That's what she's doing. Yeah.
Interesting.
She is, and she's not dead. She's not dead. There's never going to be a murder case, and we can wait. We can wait, and you can prove me wrong, but there's not going to be a murder case.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
it is interesting.
I want to say this, Vicky. Thank you for calling in, and actually, you were just in chat and having the balls to call in. I got to say that I want to thank you for doing that and having the courage to call in, even though you will catch slack from thousands for your opinion. I want to commend how brave you were to call in and take the extra step and share your thoughts and opinions. Thank you so much, Vicky. I hope you have a wonderful Friday. Lock your doors.
Well,
Stay
thank you.
safe. And
Thank
again,
you.
if you ever have any thoughts you want to run by us, call in. We appreciate
I'm
you.
new, and I'll probably cut off soon.
I appreciate you. No, you're here. You're here. We appreciate you. God bless you,
I
Vicky.
mean, I hope I don't get blocked.
No,
I mean, I like to
you
watch the
shouldn't.
show.
As long as you're not, as long as we're respectful and everybody could be respectful, you could respectfully disagree with anybody in here. I don't care about that. What we don't like, though, is disrespect. That's it. Disrespect. That's it. If it's disrespect or trolling or stupid shit, we'll get them out of here. But I appreciate you, Vicky. Thank you for actually calling up. I've been seeing your comments for the last about 45 minutes and was wondering what you were talking about. So for you to call in and give some clarification, we appreciate you. So on this Friday night, I want you to do two things for me. Be vigilant and lock your doors. We appreciate it. 219-885-9693. You make sure you call in to be a voice for Madeline Soto. Now, I don't know about what she was saying because I respectfully disagree with that big time, but I'm willing to hear it all. I'm willing to call. Tell it. Call up. Tell me what you think. What's your thoughts? What's your opinions? Don't just sit in the comments. Actually come up and say something. 719, what's on your mind?
No way. Seriously?
Yes, ma'am. You got through the first time, I guess, right? Was this your first try?
Yeah, no, but it's my first day trying.
Oh, well, you're on right now, ma'am, and we are glad to have you here. I just want to say that. And two, I want to know what your thoughts are on this Madeline Soto case and where your mind is just at with it right now in the totality of 15 days, no arrest. They're saying that Jennifer Soto is inconsistent with her statements from the WFTV 9, allegedly speculating with just reports that are going on out there, but nobody's been charged. What's your thoughts?
Sorry.
You got this. It's just me and you.
I know, but I also know that there's a lot of other people with there.
Nope.
So I'm okay. Calm down. Okay, this is what I think. I think that that's a whole hush-hush of a lot of things, right? Because he was obviously doing nasty things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That you can't dispute, okay? And so I don't know. Obviously, I think there's a whole. Okay, I got to stay on my topic. One thing that I was just calling to say that I think is very interesting is I saw somewhere, and I'm not too familiar with all of these platforms and stuff because middle-aged and old and all this kind of stuff. But I know when they were reading about his response, like when he was getting on a platform trying to respond to kids' questions type thing, and it was supposedly some message from Maddie that was like 28 days before the death, and it was something like, my mom had tried to choke me and tried to kill me because I didn't know. I don't know if it was the president of my country or something like that. She told me she hated me, blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't mean it blah, 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 like bad, blah, blah, blah. I'm just, trying to hurry up and not take a whole bunch of time and just
Oh, you're fine.
whatever. And then she also mentioned, I think in that note, that her grandma had done it too, that was being mean to her. And that she was going to tell somebody. And she says, I think I'm going to go to my head teacher, whatever. And then she comes back and does like, edit note. They took my phone away from me, but they gave me 10 minutes and blah, blah, blah. So I got a feeling that, there may be a combination of a whole bunch of things. And definitely think her mom was disinterested, and that obviously played a whole part in all of this stuff. And my heart just goes out to everybody. I do think there's I do think that there's all these problems that I don't know. And my heart just goes out to every innocent, broken, missing. My heart goes out to everything, and I'm getting lost.
It's okay.
And so thank you, T-REV. Thank you, everybody. And I just wanted to mention that I think there was probably a whole bunch of everything, and this poor girl got taken advantage of from every direction she turned.
Yes, ma'am.
And she had nowhere to go.
And that's what I think.
Now,
I feel so bad.
with her, with it's just it doesn't. There's something that's not adding up with me here, and it's the video footage from Peace. But if we go back from the video footage from Peace, they are saying that allegedly, from what I've seen on some posts, is that she it wasn't her. It ended up not being her. But then again, it's like middle of the road to where we don't know. But that was a report that I've seen, but I don't know if I believe the report that I've seen of her, if that was actually her or not. They are saying no, but now people are speculating that the footage was possibly, allegedly, again, everything you heard here is speculation. And if it's not from law enforcement, it is not true. Allegedly, they said some people are speculating that was Jenn Soto dressed up as her. But then again, she would be so much bigger if she did do that. Allegedly.
I always go back to possibility, probability. I guess anything is possible. Maybe he just happened to drive by, see, maybe it was just an opportunistic somebody. Who knows? Who knows? My mind could go in so many different directions, and so I just tried in there. And who knows? Somebody could have done it, and it was a cover up. Maybe it had nothing to do with the other torrid things. Maybe it's just, I don't like you, I'm mad at you, you're a burden, you're just this, that, or the other. God, who knows? I don't know. And who knows the depths of people's minds when they try to cover something up.
Right. It is. I don't know what's going on here. Again, it's day 15, no charges. People are following around, taking pictures of her vehicle and all different types of stuff, her being at different locations. So that, I mean, the public is on her too. Like, I don't know what's in this investigation, but this is some of the craziest stuff I've seen as far as not knowing, who took her life and if that person or persons that were responsible for her life being taken allegedly are held accountable. There's no charges out there yet on her. So it's just very weird.
Lord, I hope so. And I don't know. Obviously gathering information, looking at all that digital stuff takes time. And they could always be like, murder has no statute of limitations. I know, public, you're hungry and you're whatever, but I mean, I don't know. I want quick results when something bad like this happens. So it's very frustrating. And yeah, I'm always tuned in because I just want justice for everything that needs to have justice for. So I don't know. But God bless you. God bless everybody. You still want to ask me questions, talk to you. I'm open, but I don't want to keep rambling, which I have tendency to do. So
It's okay. I mean, it's okay. I think we all ramble. We do. We all ramble. So we're all guilty of rambling. So don't ever, be sorry for being you. We appreciate you for you here. And that's that. I thank you, man, for calling in and being a voice, not only for Madeline Soto, but sharing certain things about you and just what you think about this case. I really do appreciate that. Let me tell you that first. And second of all, I need you to do two things for me, and that's be vigilant. Lock your doors before you go to bed on this Friday night.
Oh, yeah, I'm stuck in my own little cocooned rabbit hole, locked and loaded like everybody else, so yeah.
I appreciate you,
and
man.
everybody else, too.
Thank you so much for being a voice again.
God bless us all. God bless you. Thank you very much.
You are so welcome. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Very respectful. 219-885-9693. Them lines are still open. The floodgates are open. Call up. We'll get you through. Wow. Okay. I see. I'm very familiar with. I know both. Let's see. It doesn't say a name either, but I'll tell you. Watch this. 757 sent from heaven. Donna, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, Trev. How are you?
I am doing great. How about yourself, Donna?
I'm doing okay.
I'm so familiar with your number at this point. So where I see when you call in, I know who it is.
Well, that's good. I've been coming here a long time.
You sure have, Donna. And you know what? It's been days since I spoke to you. Where's your mind at with this case?
Well, there's a couple things. The last couple nights, I've really been looking at different things, and you showed a picture yesterday and the day before of her on the shoulders of Stefan.
Yes.
Do you have that picture?
Absolutely. Somewhere on here.
I just want to point something out that just kind of has stuck with me, and I just can't seem to shake it. Anybody that has children, grandchildren, children, there's certain things that by looking at a child, you can kind of guess ages. And I'm sure a lot of people have looked at their child and said, oh, what are you, about 3? Or whatever. Well, if you look at that picture,
Mm-hmm.
she's missing her front tooth.
Right.
It's just now growing in, and I was thinking to myself, okay, when my niece was losing her teeth,
Mm-hmm.
she was 6 years old. The first one came out when she was, well, between 5 and 6, but they came out together, and that picture has stuck with me for days.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
the reason being, it's not her physical. She doesn't look 8 years old. Number one, in this picture to me. But number two is her dental condition. Not condition, but she has the mouth of like a 5 or 6 year old. Kindergarten, maybe. First grade, maybe. But kids usually lose their front teeth around 6 years old.
Right.
So that's kind of concerning to me. I'm thinking to myself, Jesus, you know, did she know this guy longer than you know we actually know? We have no idea.
That's a true point. That's a good point.
She may have been dating him since 2000 whatever, but we don't know if they were friends before that or he was hanging out, you know, getting to know mom. We don't know. But looking at this picture makes me just want to yak. I'm not going to even lie to you. It has bothered me a great deal because she's younger than 8 years old in this picture. But other than that, I am really thinking that, you know, I had sent you a message on Discord. I don't know if you saw it, but
Not yet.
what happened to Maddie's phone?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you look at Jennifer's interview, the
Excuse
first
me.
interview, she says, I looked at her phone, I looked at her social media, I
Mm-hmm.
even checked everything she deleted.
Right.
Okay. So I've seen him do it. So granted, they can retrieve anything,
Mm-hmm.
you know, that she's deleted. And even if, you know, Jennifer allegedly deleted anything from these platforms, supposedly they were in constant contact. If you looked at the Reddit, it seems like, you know, they had a regular relationship. You know, like, oh, I'm going to, you know, this one came in accidentally, that little, what do they call those things? Tamagotchis or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Tamagotchi toys. Oh,
Right.
this one came in pink by accident. I ordered the white, the pink came in. So I'm going to give it to my stepdaughter, you know. And he does that several times in all those readings. So, and supposedly, my understanding is there was a lot of texting
Excuse me.
going on between them as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just kind of curious where her phone is. You know, we
Yeah.
know they have his phone, and you know they have Jennifer's phone, obviously. But you know, unless even if they did delete the stuff, you know, they would have to get warrants, you know, for like Snapchat, you know, Facebook, whatever, to be able to access her stuff, the stuff she's removed. You know how you can save your data.
Right.
You can go on Facebook and save your data, but if you don't do that, it'll be lost eventually.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, you know, they can go. I mean, they can do it just by her phone, but they can also request anything, even if it had been, you know, the account's been changed or the same, you know, same phone number, different name, different account, that kind of stuff. But I don't know. I'm waiting like everybody else, and I think this is bigger than what we even imagined, to be honest with you. There's something it just seems like there's something more. There's a missing piece, and I don't think we will ever get that because, to be honest with you, in a lot of states, because of the child's age, we may not know anything about the autopsy. That's already back, you know. It's already back. It was back. After they find a body like that, it's 24 hours. Within 24 hours, they have to do the autopsy. And she was already exposed to the elements, so, you know. But in some states, they don't disclose because of her age, and also the family. The family doesn't want it. If they don't want any of that information, the next of kin, like her father, doesn't want any of that information out in the public, we're not going to see it. If she was pregnant, we're not going to see it until court. That'll come out in court, you know. But as far as just being open for the public to see.
Open for the public, like as far as this trial date too, I don't really see that going on. I mean, look at what happened with Brian Kohlberger, and we can mention other cases too that just always end up getting extended. This trial date that was set, is it really going to happen that date? I don't know.
I believe so. I believe so because, you know, if you look at it for what it is, you know, if you look at it the big picture, he's not going in there for murder. He is going in there for actual proof that he had, CP on his phone.
That's a good point.
Period. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts there. They're going to take him in, charge him for the CP.
Bing bang.
Then put him in prison, wherever, send him wherever. Hopefully the biggest one they got, the maximum one, where there's a lot of people. And then now when charges are dropped and the murder charges are dropped, if he is involved in that, you know, because we don't know, they'll just bring him back, set another date for the murder charge. But they're going to catch him on the CP while they can, you know. They're going to go ahead and get him into the system. They can't leave him sitting. We know it's already happened. We know what's there. We know that they have found things. And evidently they have found enough stuff that they don't need to continue, you know, unless something else comes up. Everything that was on his phone or on his computers or whatever, they have found it. So I see it happening, and I see him getting, you know, charged and convicted of just that. There's no murder in there, so, you know, that's going to be a whole different ball game. So, but anyway, I'll let you go. I heard the timer go off.
Oh, you're good. I was just uploading the docuseries.
Yeah, they're really good. I'm telling you, Generation's really good.
Thank you so much. I named it The Story of Madeline Soto, The Predator in the Shadows, Part 1. So that'll be dropping. I just was uploading it as I was talking to you, and I pulled up the picture too with the teeth. I don't know, maybe kindergarten, first grade. I can't. It's hard to tell from that, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's going to be, if we have anybody that's in the dental field in the group, I mean, in all honesty, I have like I said, I have a family member who has a child, and I remember my own child. It was probably between kindergarten and first grade, maybe the summer of. But they're usually coming out pretty in that time frame. They're starting to lose those teeth. And for her to have it already out, because in that picture, it's already out.
Right.
So the new one's growing in. So I'm looking probably, I'm going to say between 5 and 7 at the most. I don't think older than that, 8 years old, the teeth are already in.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. It's hard for me to tell from that picture a little. I mean, not really like super hard to tell, but it's hard to tell if she was between 6 to 8 in that picture. I think more along the lines, maybe even 7 or 6.
Yeah, I think she's younger. I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if we have anybody that's in the dental field, you have anything, I like to kind of know myself, but that's just my gut feeling, just by my own personal experience with my own child, and also, you know, my nieces and stuff.
Well, Donna, I appreciate you calling in as always. You already know that. And I definitely want to hear from you again on this as more information continues to come out. Thank you for being a voice in the community. It's Friday. You already know what I'm going to say. The 2 things: be vigilant and lock them damn doors.
That's right.
And keep the fucking predators out.
Yeah, I hear you.
God bless you, Donna.
Take
you
care.
for being a voice for the Rev Gang
right,
family and Madeline Soto. We appreciate you. Shout out to Donna. Good phone call. If you want to call in just like Donna, it's 219-885-9693. I'm just uploading the docuseries. I was talking to Donna. Back in the chat again. 260, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hey, T. I hate to say this,
It's okay. Say what you want. Say speak your mind.
Let alone think it. No, because being a mother myself, I could not imagine doing something like this. But what if when Stefan went back to the apartment, got Jenn was in the back seat of the car
to
help him dispose of her body. So that's why it's taken so long.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It's a very good point. Is that what it is? Was she what allegedly? Again, everything that you hear from callers and myself is allegedly. So I want to make that clear. But yeah, that's a great point that you're bringing up. Is that what it is?
I've been thinking about it, and it's like, oh my God, could she have actually helped him dispose of her body? And that's why things are taking so long.
That's that clip right there, that part where she's correct. Like, that's the part that another weird part. That's why I put this scene in here where she's holding on to him. It's like, did he lose somebody? Did he lose somebody? Oh, he did. Okay. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, she's
That's
fine.
the only thing I can think of.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, what do you think is going to happen? What are your thoughts? What do you predict that to come up here in the near future with this case?
I don't know. I just hope they do something soon, because Maddie needs justice, and whoever's involved. And I don't see how her mom could not be involved somehow, some way. She needs to go down too. But she did. But again, like I said, who's to say he didn't go back and get Jenn because he couldn't move her body too easy by himself? It was hard enough getting her in the car. He needed help. And she went with him.
That's a theory right there. Some people have speculated she's been at the church. She was the person at the church. People are speculating that she rode with Stefan to drop the body. Now we got, there's people speculating that possibly, I'm just thinking of the different speculations in my head, that possibly she was coached to say these different things in the interview. The speculations are heavy. I wonder what it's going to end up being in the end here, because there is no charges put forward on Stefan Stearns nor Jenn Soto.
Right. And I'm sorry, if that was me with my child, I would have killed the POS myself. Had somebody been doing that to my child or my grandchild, I don't care. I would go to jail for life. If that got him taken care of.
You said you'd go to jail for life.
I would.
Thank you.
Protect my daughter or my grandchild? Yes, I would.
That's what the woman who called in, she said she ended up,
she did time,
like shoot the dude or whatever, and did 10 or 8 years, and he got out before her. That's crazy.
Well, I'd make sure he wouldn't even be getting in there. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's crazy to me.
He wouldn't have a chance to go.
It actually blows my mind. Is that him in the vehicle right here? Yeah. That's the clip. Look at this right here. Driving. Look at this right here. That's what I was waiting for it to pop up, like right here. And I think that this was what the woman was talking about last night when she called in, and that's why I wanted to pause it on this certain part, is because that woman who called in last night said she could see Maddie or some blonde hair in the back, but I think that this is the clip that she was talking about.
Okay.
Do you remember that phone call from last night? I don't know if you
think she possibly went with him.
Interesting.
So I will let you go, and I appreciate everything you do. I love watching you. God bless you with everything you do.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And it's just, this case is insane to me. Again, built this documentary going over the last couple days, and just a lot of photos and things that people sent in, research I've done on myself. Again, we did this as a community. So when I say this, I got all the accurate information that I could possibly find. A lot of it comes from our viewers and the Rev Gang family, or it comes from different research that I do myself. And again, that's why I open up these lines, so I can hear from people like you and everybody in the community on what they've saw or what they may have emailed, because I'm getting thousands of emails right now about this case around the clock, and I'll get stuck in.
Oh, I bet.
The people have a lot of information that they dug up on this case pertaining to not only Jenn Soto, but to Stephen Stearns, and whether, you know, the background at Disney. They both have Disney on their profiles on Facebook. They both, I think I'm trying to remember what it both said, but they definitely had their jobs under their Facebooks as Disney. So
right.
I wonder if that's where they worked and held a job at yearly. I don't know, but people are talking about they lived in a nice community, a gated community. You got to have money to do that. Some people are saying that Stephen Stearns was born into money with his family. I don't know that either, but we'll see how this turns out. Again, I don't think money is going to be able to beat this particular crime that's going on. I don't think we'll ever see Stephen Stearns step into the street again, but we are here to find out and get justice for Madeline Soto. Again, there's nobody arrested on day 15 as we sit here and we ponder in our minds. I see people in chat that are like, well, it takes time. We get that. I know that. I mean, going through Idaho 4, I learned that very fast. We're going to be seeing a trial in 2025 and the case happened in 2022. I know there's a long haul. Get ready for that long haul, ladies and gentlemen, in the Madeline Soto case. It's going to be a long haul. So,
right.
Again, thank you, man, for calling in. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, hon. I appreciate it.
God bless you on this beautiful Friday night. Make sure you lock your doors before you go to bed and you stay vigilant. Thank you, man. Shout out to her. Good phone call. E. Phelps says, I don't think she would have told him no. She was going to tell or a friend told anyone. What if she did tell friends about this, though? What if she did? 425, you're live. Talk to us.
Hi, Trev. How are you?
I am hanging in there, ma'am. How about yourself?
Good. I'm good. So, you know those pictures that you just showed of the car?
Absolutely.
Those are from in the morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so do you notice, right? Doesn't he have a spare tire already on his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. I seen that.
So I'm wondering, like, did he have another spare that he put on? I think he pulled over to act like he had a flat to do what he did.
And that may be true too. Maybe he didn't even have a flat. He had the donut on already.
Right. Yeah. So I was just like, people usually don't have two spares in their car, but and then I know we're not supposed to talk about other YouTubers, but I want to tell you that somebody mentioned you yesterday on another site, which I was very upset, and I actually left and we'll never go back to that page. and you know, and that person has a lot. I mean, I can't even believe he said that about you, because he is a total jerk. He calls people names in his chat. He begs for money. He gets mad at people. I just am like, oh my gosh. So anyway, you're wonderful, and you have never asked for money or anything, and you know,
I don't, and I won't.
I know, and I actually became a member because you deserve it, and I want to support you, and you know, you've always been nice to everybody.
Thank you.
You know, whatever opinion somebody has. So I just want to say thank you, and have a great weekend, and
Yeah, I don't know nothing about whatever. I mean, whatever these YouTubers are saying, I don't know. Just tell them I said I love them, and I hope that they find God and that they can just stop hating. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know these people to hate on them, but I don't pay attention to it. That's why I say when I put in chat, don't mention creators. That's exactly why.
Yeah.
That's exactly why. Right there, what you just said.
Right.
Because I don't.
Yeah.
These people are weird, but there is some YouTubers that I do work with, and we converse and switch information or share information, and that's what it's about. It's not about anything other than that. That's all we talk about is these cases. We don't delve into anything else, because that's what we're here for. I'm not here to know if you have 50 dogs and 10 cats and you know what I'm saying. I'm not here to learn that about you until we have a personal conversation on the phone and you share that information with me. So people are just weird with the hatred.
Yeah, it's very unprofessional.
It's what's wrong with our world today.
Yeah,
the
it's
hatred.
just like, I'm just like, are you kidding me? Who would want to be here and listen to you? You know. So anyway, so I just want to say thank you again, and I will talk to you later.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I appreciate you. Thank you for your loyalty too. I appreciate that. I didn't know nothing about it, and I really don't care. But that right there is the reason why I say don't mention creators in my chat, because I don't care. Because people, you know, they talk shit. Don't mention them in my chat. Don't promote them in my chat. I'm good on that. I don't want their hatred over here. They can keep that hatred on their page. And that's, you know what I'm saying? That's how I
and
like.
I don't want to. Yeah, and I don't want to hear his hatred. And and you can't even put your opinion in the chat. If you do, you're called stupid, and it's just like, oh my gosh. So anyway, but you're amazing. You're amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for everything you do. And, I just want justice for Maddie. And I had to take a break yesterday. I just could not even get on and look at anything. I just needed a break, doing this every day. And it was just like, oh my gosh, it's just so sad. I don't even sleep at night because it's just so disturbing.
It is. Absolutely. Disturbing. That's why I don't care what these other people are saying. I'm not here for them. I'm here to talk about these cases with you guys, share information, and put things out to try to make a difference. And it ain't for them.
Yeah,
it ain't for them. It's for you guys. As long as you guys are with me, I don't care what. No, they can say whatever they want. People have opinions. I get that. I just keep it in the rear view and keep moving. Stay in the light. Stay focused on the goal. The goal is to make changes in this country, not to listen to the opinions from a left side or right side that I don't give a shit about. I'm here to stand for the Red Gang family, be a voice for all these different victims, from Madeline Soto to Elijah View to Riley Strain to Christian Andriacchio to Jessica Paget to Jessica Johnson to different. This is what I'm here for. I'm not here to hear about these other people that have these other different opinions about the show or me. Like, that's not what it's about. Again, it's about getting valuable information out to the community, having valuable conversations, whether we're speculating or talking about it. This is a place for people to come and dump their thoughts off of what they're seeing everywhere, what their thoughts are with the case, people who are obsessed with it. That's what this platform and who it's for. If that's you, you're in the right place. We love you. Thank you so much for calling in.
Yeah, and
thank you.
You have a safe platform. That you're a safe platform. We can say, our thoughts and everything, and there's no judgment, and it's great. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
God bless you, ma'am. Thank you too.
Bye-bye.
Make sure you lock them doors and stay vigilant. Happy Friday.
Yep.
Shout out to her. I appreciate it. Thank you. 219-885-9693. Let's keep the ball rolling, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think of this case? What's your opinion? I think that there's a lot of weird shit going on, Jasmine. That's what I think. 928. It's never too late. You are live. You are on the air talking.
This is Mama Tracy.
Mama Tracy in the building. What's going on, Mama Tracy?
Hey, I wanted to call you and tell you get your tinfoil hat on. I want to talk to you about something.
Okay. We'll slide the tinfoil hat right on then. Let's go.
Okay, adjusting mine as we speak. I got mine shaped like an Easter bonnet here. Okay. So, this was in regard to about 5 callers, 6 callers back. Okay, and I've been trying real hard to get through. First off, I wanted to say, okay, Stearns. The last name Stearns. Stearns is a corporation name. There's moving companies, there's shipping companies, there's all kind of various things that is involved in this last name. And we know this guy came from money, right? So that puts him in the upper echelon of society. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So if we look at, okay, tinfoil hat time, chat, please don't call me names here. I love you guys. You're my family. Remember that. Okay. So with these upper echelon, ultra rich families, okay, a lot of them are involved in the Illuminati. And that I mentioned this other caller had brought this up. Okay. The Illuminati are very big on trafficking these children all over the world. Okay. Just like a couple days ago, I talked to you about that when you were reading through all the charges, right? About the SRA. And I sent you the videos and the articles about that. So you know that exists. Okay. It's not just me. Okay. So this is what they do. And they also turn these children, they cremate these kids and they turn them into diamonds and then they sell them diamonds.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. This rabbit hole goes really deep and very ugly. But I will say that since he came from a background of money, okay, that might be a research trail you might want to look up. see what bloodline he comes from. There's 13 main bloodlines that's in the Illuminati, all right?
Wow.
And they have all the family tree and the roots go everywhere, okay? And so that was one thing. And then there was something else that I was going to bring up. I'm kind of trying to keep an eye on my granddaughter right now, too, while I'm, you know, one eyeball on a toddler and one eyeball on the phone. It was about the, this Rick guy and Stearns being in this trafficking thing together. That's not too far-fetched at all. And because it's in Florida, okay, Florida is one of a major hub of child trafficking.
Wow.
And I noticed that when this other caller had said that too, that it's rampant down there. The Super Bowl halftime show that Shakira and what's her face, J-Lo did, where they dropped them kids down and they was all in cages.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so this is how they do. They ship these kids around in these cages, and the ones that's in the cages are the ones that are set up for sacrifice. All right. So, you know, there's so much with this, and it's an ugly, nasty rabbit hole to get into. And I will tell you, she talked about WD. Well, Disney, okay? Trying to be careful so as not to get your channel flagged again.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
Okay, if you research him, you will find out that he was actually a disciple of Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley is one of the most evil, satanistic persons that has walked the face of this earth.
Right.
They practice a magic called Thelemic magic. It's one of the most evil, most deep, dark, nasty magic. Now, who's to say? Here's this Stearns guy. Epcot is a subsidiary of Disney, all right? So here he is. He's plugged in with them. Everybody knows there's tunnels under there, okay? So they get to play Alice in Wonderland, right? They'll pull one of them kids down the tunnel and make like Alice in Wonderland so that they don't raise a ruckus, all right? I mean, this is all stuff that they play. And this is why I'm saying this. You know, I'm coming forward with more of the stuff that I know to try to help people to be able to get some understanding. But this guy with his last name, that right there flagged me. I got to thinking about that, and I'm like, Stearns, oh my gosh, because there's even shipping companies that are under the name of Stearns. So that puts him right back through that trail.
That's interesting.
Who knows what kind of root system he's involved there as far as the Illuminati family tree. But it's, you know, another thing too with this poor, beautiful young lady. Okay, she hit 13 and was killed. 13 is the number of a cult. It's the number of sacrifice. It's also the number of death. All of that. You know, and so there's so much that could be at play, whether there was ritual magic in this or if the guy is just that twisted, who knows. But these are things that I look at, and this helps me to get a better grasp on the craziness that's happening in the world around me, to be able to interpret these things and to understand that. So I wanted to tell you about that. There's nothing wholesome and nothing good about Disney. They're also tied into the Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove down there is where all these rich guys and presidents and royalty and all that, they meet at Bohemian Grove. Look that one up. The statue there is in the shape of an owl. The owl is the old god representation for Moloch that demands the blood of children.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So, you know, and I'm not going to call in here and tell you, okay, T, I hope you know me better by now. I'm not going to call you and tell you a bunch of nonsense and come off half-cocked because, you know my history too. So I'm familiar with some of this. Okay.
No, I get that
And
part. Do you really think it ties in that deep here with this certain case to the people that you've named? Are you finding a connection somewhere that people can look at too and go and take a glance at on some of the
all they got to do is look them names up and research them. And I mean really research them.
right?
Not just go by news headlines or any of that. Roll their sleeves up, get down in the sewer and get dirty. That's where you're going to find this information.
Mhm.
Can't be afraid to look at things. We have to look at things. You know, just like I said, we cannot fight or battle an enemy that we don't understand what they do. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's unfortunate. And these kids, I'm going to tell you, the things that they do to these kids are just, you know, look up the Red Shoe Society over in Hollywood. Find out why even the Pope has red shoes. There's a special thing that they're made of, and I'm not going to say it on this program.
Mm-mm-mm.
It's awful, and it's a cult. It's a group that they're involved in. It's a secret society that they're involved in. But I will tell you, it has everything to do with infants.
Yeah, that's. Mm-mm-mm.
See, this is what I'm
Well,
telling.
what's Jennifer Soto's part allegedly in this? What would it? I mean, that's where I'm at with it, because it's the circumstances and the inconsistencies of the disappearance that at 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. she's seen her getting dressed. So that what do you think her part in this is allegedly?
Okay, but see, she, you know, in order to be in this kind of a cabal type situation or mafia or however you want to label it as, okay, she has to have sworn an oath to loyalty, secrecy, and all that. And these people, when they swear these oaths, they got to be willing to go down for the cause.
Mm-hmm.
All she is just a pawn in the game. That's all she is. And she's in over her head. So now she has to play dumb. She has to, if it comes down to it, go down with the ship. Because otherwise, you know, just like this David Solomon, I believe everything he says. And I can tell you why, because of all my research that I've done since 2016, the things that I know from my past and all that. He's batting 1,000.
Okay, interesting.
So she's just a pawn that got in. Look, she works at Disney. Now, I'm not saying that every employee of Disney is a child trafficker and a witch and all that. I'm not saying that. But the fact that she was with Stearns and he comes from money and she was willing to even donate her own daughter. See, that's another thing with these secret societies. If you're involved in that and they tell you that they want your kid for a sacrifice or want to, as they say, spend time with them, you have to turn your kid over. If not, then they will hunt you down.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, I've lived through some wild shit in my life, right? Wild, but nothing like what you're talking about. And I've just like, well, that side of things, like it sounds like the work of the devil, period. Right?
It is. That's all it is.
I've seen some wild stuff growing up in the hood that I grew up in. We've seen some crazy stuff, but nothing what you're talking about. And you know, seeing stories and stuff on it, I believe some of the stuff that's out there. I think some stuff is far-fetched, but I think some stuff is real, and people need to be woke about what's real. I think there's so many rumors shared out there, or you know, false things that people paint and build up in their head and they put it out instead of actually looking at the facts of what there is to lead you to that. You get what I'm saying? So there's a lot, because there is with this, just like with everything out there has speculation to it and twisted facts around. Like people, for instance, I could dive into a big reason on why, but I think it'll take us way off topic, and I want to stay on topic for Madeline Soto here. But yeah, I've seen some stuff. I'll say that, to say the least.
Yeah, it's a shame.
But we got to be woke to the facts and not take in the BS and believe the BS. Right. We gotta be woke to the facts, and we gotta look for that. Of belief.
And that's why we roll up our sleeves and we dig and we research. right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because what
That's what it's about.
we find is solid ground for us to stand on.
Yeah. Agreed. Hey,
Mm.
Tracy, I appreciate you calling in. I got to get to the next caller because I got to
Oh,
be fair with
sorry.
everybody wants to. No, you're fine. It's absolutely fine. I appreciate you calling in, Mama Tracy, and being a voice here for the Rev Game family and speaking your thoughts and opinions with us. Even though some people may not believe what you're saying, I get it. I love to, like I said, this is about giving everyone a voice and what your thoughts are on this case and what you're connecting with the dots that you're connecting. And I appreciate you having the courage to come up here and share that, knowing that there's a good amount of people that are like, damn, this lady's got the tinfoil hat on. She might be hanging out with Icky Ricky. You know, I mean, who knows? Who knows what they're thinking? But I'm just saying, right? So I appreciate you having that courage to get through that anxiety or whatever you were feeling. Maybe you don't even give a shit. Maybe you're just being a voice to stand right out and be that strong person to speak. And I appreciate you again for doing that. And on this Friday night, I have 2 things I need you to do before we finish up here, which we're far from finished. Stay vigilant and lock your doors before you go to bed. Thank you, Mama Tracy. We always appreciate you. The Rev Gang family loves you. Mama Tracy. Mama Tracy is the bomb. I appreciate her sharing that information. The phone lines, the number 219-885-9693. That's the perfect time when I do that. 865, you're live.
Hey, T-REV, it's Mary.
Mary, how you doing? We're running on Pure Passion tonight. We want voices from Madeline Soto. What's going on? Why is there no charges on day 15? Talk to me.
Well, I have something that's really pissed me off and I'm passionate about today. I sent you an email of a press conference today. Did you get it?
Is this Mary? Okay.
Yes.
I know the voice. I'm getting familiar with a lot of you.
Okay.
What press conference pissed you off, Mary?
The one with Grady, Judd, and DeSantis and their team, and they talked about all the criminal stuff going on with the immigration and they were signing a law into, about immigration, all that stuff. And not once did they mention Maddie. Not once did they mention what's going on in the community. It's about other people. And if you look at Mr. Stearns here, he's not from another country. Right?
Absolutely not that we know of. Hell no.
Right.
From here, as far as we know.
Right. But you're looking at him and he's as white as he can be. Now I'm not getting on a political way one way or the other. That doesn't matter to me. What really bothered me was that on the heels of what that David guy was saying the other night about all the powers that be, what have you, and everybody's really focusing on this Maddie situation and why there's no charges and all this stuff. Why pop up with this big, we're going to have this big press conference now and do this big thing with the governor about immigration and, the immigrants killing people and this, that, and the other, and not even mention this.
Interesting.
It is interesting because I felt like it was a big diversion.
Wow. So maybe trying to point off track of it being connected, allegedly?
Yep. I do. I think it was a big diversion. Too much attention being paid attention to this and what's going on, and nobody's getting answers. And the whole thing, why charges haven't been made, where's mom, what's going on? None of that stuff's been happening for 11 days, 12 days, whatever it is now. And you have a press conference with Judd that we were talking about, and which I really like him. And the governor comes in and it's this big hoopla thing and not one word.
Yeah.
I just felt that kind of like, that's interesting because that was like, oh, let's talk about this now. It's all about the immigration, the criminals there and what's happening there, what all that. Totally diverted. Not one thing was brought up about this.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I wonder if they were trying to be careful because maybe they gotten a lot of reports about that and they wanted to hint at maybe it not being connected. Is that a possible chance, allegedly? What do you think? I haven't seen it, so I can't make a full circle opinion on it yet, but I'm gonna watch it and I will give you my opinion on what I think because I think that's interesting what you're bringing up.
Yeah. Well, what was interesting to me is I kind of listened to see if anybody was bringing up Madeline Soto, and I didn't hear. I kind of scanned through it pretty quickly, and I didn't hear anything get brought up specifically about her. But I was like, with all this going on and how tragic this is, and how the community is all out there, we're all, on bated breath trying to figure this out. What happened to this poor child, the trafficking and everything you have. You're turning it to you know, the immigrants that are coming into the country that are poor, that are getting involved in these rings and da-da-da, and, you know, all that stuff, right? Totally took the focus off of the wealthy, the white, wealthy, and the kids that are disappearing and the answers not being had. It was just total diversion. That's what I felt. That's me personally. I was just going, wow, you didn't even say, and by the way, we want to offer condolences to Maddie Soto's family, or, you know, whatever they wanted to say, or say, you know, Maddie Soto is a perfect example of a child being trafficked and we want to, you know, something. Nothing. It was all about.
Thank you, Jennifer Gilly, for sharing that. I didn't mean to cut you, Mary, but she said, breaking news, there is new info. Frat boys were not telling the truth in the Tennessee Riley case. Thank you for sharing that information here with us, Jennifer Gilly. I appreciate it. And I'm always looking for relevant information to come through, even though that's a case we talked about last night. And I do plan on doing a live on that case also. But continue, Mary. I'm sorry. I had to just let you know.
No, that's
I know
fine,
you're
'cause
curious about that case too.
Yeah, I've been watching all day for something too, and it's like, what's going on with that? But yeah, I just feel like with this situation with Maddie, and and like you said, taking with a grain of salt what David was saying. But if half of what he was saying was true, and then this happened today, I just thought that's really interesting that he listed names, you know, who was supposed to be going to meet Stearns, all that kind of stuff, and all of a sudden we had this press conference with, oh, now the governor shows up and we're going to talk about, you know, getting all the immigrants out and illegal immigration and all that. Totally took it off focus. Because we haven't heard from the governor on this case at all, or you know, very
not
many
that I know
cases.
of. I haven't seen a statement from him.
Nope, not a thing. I just thought it was interesting, and you could have done that from the governor's office. Why come all the way to Judd's grounds?
That's a good point.
See what I'm saying? I don't know. I just had my gut just told me that there's just something's not right about that. I mean, it's great they're doing their laws, whatever they want to do. That's fine. I'm not here nor there. It just made me feel like a football, you know, a flea flicker here, take the ball and run, so that we're not paying attention to what's going on over here, and it just gets lost. So thank you for being a voice, because, you know, if it weren't for you and some other people out here trying to make this case, keep it alive, it'd just be swept under the carpet, you know?
Yeah, and then we would hear about later down the line of him being charged with this, and possibly, I don't know if they're going for the death penalty or not with what he was caught with, but that new law is sure interesting.
Yeah, it is. And DeSantis is the one that wrote that in, obviously. But and like I said, with 20, you know, I know that went into effect in 2023, and apparently there was some stuff going on in 2023, so I think that's on the table still. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there and see if anybody else saw the press conference and get their opinion too, because I was just like, now wait one damn minute.
Well, I seen a lot of people in the chat saying they've watched it not just once but many a times.
Yeah. So if I'm wrong, please somebody, I don't mind somebody saying, hey, no, they did say this. I didn't catch it, but it was really disheartening that they didn't say a damn word. So.
I do want to, for the people who are saying, I see this comment, Retha Bell, and she's saying she thinks or afraid that this case is going cold. And I do want to give you a little bit of hope. I mean, she was seen allegedly deceased in the vehicle, so we know that. But why has there been no charges put forward? Do they think there's a second player? And that's what is making me think that. With Mom, I'll repeat it every single day. I don't care. It's the truth. She was seen in the vehicle per police, deceased, as their words they used. So why isn't he charged as of now? Don't you have enough for that? Or is it just, was he, tampering with the corpse? What was going on?
I think two things. One, we have to remember that she didn't report to the police until late that afternoon that the little girl, her daughter, had disappeared, right? Mm-hmm. They saw the video. The video was done early in the morning, so the police didn't get that till later. And that's when they said, so by his timeline alone, when he explained what he was doing with her and going back to the house, and they saw her in the car, and she was asleep. Mm-hmm. They know that she was dead by that. Not that they saw her dead in the car and they didn't do anything about it. They saw it after the fact and were piecing things together. My question is, and this is where the mom slipped, or the grandmother slipped, was bring Maddie home in the morning. I want her to come on home.
There's a good point made in chat that about tell Mary that Judd isn't in Soto's jurisdiction.
Right. But
I'm sure you know that.
Yeah, I do. But he's also very much a part of the sting. And I don't know if you saw the other video I sent you of the stings that they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
But
I seen them.
Still, I mean, he's 50 miles away. And I just think that with what they're talking about with trafficking and illegal immigrants trafficking children and raping and killing people and all this stuff, I just still think that was like a poor move on my part. I just think that it would have been really, it just took the focus off what was going on. It just hit me wrong, and I don't know why it just did. But I think what I'm wondering too is if the night that he had her, the night of her birthday party, if she didn't come home because the grandmother said, Jennifer called and said, I told him to bring her home. Was she with a group of men that night? Were there a group of men involved? Was it the rich people that were involved with what's going on? It just freaks me out. So that's what I'm wondering. And but thank you for letting me have put that thought out there, and thank you for people sharing their opinions too. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, Mary. And I see people in chat talk about cold case. Well, let's get to that. In the USA, a case is generally considered a cold case if it remains unsolved for a significant period a significant period after all active leads have been pursued and no suspect has been charged. The specific time frame can vary, but often a case is deemed cold if it remains unsolved for 1 year, according to some departments of justice, like New Hampshire's. However, the definition can differ by jurisdiction, ladies and gentlemen. For example, Houston, Texas considers a case cold if it remains unsolved after 3 years. Importantly, a case can involve a felony crime, not just homicides or high-profile crimes, as long as the statute of limitations has not expired. The transition of a case into a cold case status generally happens when all investigative leads have been exhausted without a suspect being charged. So let's keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, when we're throwing around words like cold case. I just wanted to say that.
They have the suspect. They're just trying to pin him. I still think that they're squeezing for more information to get more connections. I still think that's part of it, and I think the FBI is going like, we're taking over. So that's probably one reason why we haven't heard about anything, because maybe the FBI is taking over and they're not going to do a press conference.
Yeah, no doubt. Mary, I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna get on to the next caller, but Mary, I appreciate you so much. Every time you call in and share your information or thoughts that you're having, you bring a great conversation every time. It's thought provoking. So I do appreciate you being a voice for Madeline Soto and these other cases that we're following, like Riley Strain. Thank you so much for what you do in the community and the information that you share with me. It's not only valuable, it's appreciated. Thank you so much. God bless you, Mary. It's Friday night. Be vigilant and lock them doors before you decide to go to sleep. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Shout out to Mary. She's such a sweetheart. 219-885-9693. Again, we are here being a voice for Madeline Soto. If that is you, Madeline Soto, call in 985-9693. We want to hear from you. Don't just be in the comments. Come up on to us. 210, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. How are you doing tonight, first of all?
I'm doing good, thank you. So I have questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Very similar to what the previous caller just said.
Mm-hmm.
I almost wonder if she never actually made it home that night. You know how the mom was saying, like, she talked to her about her gifts?
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm wondering if that was just made up, because what's weird to me is she described the outfit that she supposedly saw her getting dressed in. But when they found her, she was wearing something completely different. So I just don't think that she saw her at all. My theory is, and I posted this in chat earlier, but I think that he was maybe selling her. I'm trying to be really careful what I say.
Right.
It sounds to me like maybe he could have potentially took her to a hotel, something, and maybe somebody else is involved with her actual unaliving.
Right.
I did watch something very early in the morning with some, experts in crime and an SA expert. They said, they have 120 days if they charge him with anything to bring the case to a trial. So if there are other people involved in this, they don't want to actually charge him because he can, invoke the speedy trial. And if they don't have all of their ducks in a line and it goes to trial, he's not going to get time for this. So he's going to trial on this. They have time to put the pieces together. And then once they have charges on him is when that time clock starts, and they only have 120 days to bring it to trial. So it's way too soon. So that's it.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. In some cases will move faster than others. Most of the cases that I've been covering lately, and I think that's probably why it's throwing me through a little bit of a loop, is that usually the charges are announced against said person when arrested, but here, no. Only charges announced against Stephen Stearns were the 60 counts and all the, a couple other things. So when we think about it, yeah, there's something else going on behind the scenes that they are trying to connect or waiting to connect or can't connect, and they're trying to find something to connect it with maybe another person. I have no idea, but we'll see how that plays out. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, that's what that crime expert was saying, and he was actually a former prosecutor, and he said that there very well may be another person that actually committed that particular crime, and they may be trying to piece that together. And so with the amount of information that they have on him already, there might be a clue there, and they're just trying to put those pieces together. And especially if there's not like physical evidence and they're waiting on toxicology, they might have to link. I mean, there's just a lot of different pieces, and I know everyone's in a rush to, find things out. But the other thing is she is a minor. So a lot of things cannot be disclosed when it comes to a minor. If she unalived herself, that may never get put out in the public because she is a minor. So, I mean, the facts are not the same when you're dealing with an adult versus a minor. So people need to take that into consideration too.
Now, I gotta, what do you think about this? Now, when you say that, it makes me say this or think this anyways. If she unalived or took her own life, could they have made the mistake to say homicide like they have?
I mean, initially they did say that, right? But they haven't said anything else. It's not, there hasn't been anything else, and generally they'll have an update, or this was manslaughter, or this was something else. It's just pretty much gone silent. If that did come up in a toxicology report, it may never come to light because they don't have to. She's a minor.
Right. I'm just curious because they say it's a homicide investigation. So when I hear people say that she maybe possibly took her life, it brings me back to them
I don't
saying
think she
that.
did, to be honest with you. I really don't. I do think that it was probably something drug induced, to be honest. But I'm just super curious how the mom says, "Oh, I saw her leaving the house in these clothes." When they found her, she's wearing jeans and a sweatshirt. So how did that happen? I just don't think he ever brought her home from the party. I think he took her somewhere else and something happened and she ended up out in the wilderness somewhere. So they really just kind of need to figure that portion out and probably already know.
Starting to think he was trying to, somebody says that they're starting to think she was trying, or he was trying to pimp her out. I've heard that a couple times. On calls. I'm like,
Well,
just hard to think about that, right? Like,
if you look real close at the affidavit of the 60 charges, there's details in there that talk about some pretty specific things, and people that are capable of those are the same people that are known to do that with children. I mean, in the same ring that the previous caller was talking about, that same detective was actually showing videos about a dad at a hotel meeting people to do that with their daughters. So, I mean, it's in the same area. So you just never know.
Yeah, that's, man. And the thought of information being not put out just for people to know in general that are, because I know that they know that people are calling in. I know that for a fact. Tons of people have called me and told me what they said when they called in. So when you have this many people that are curious about a case,
right,
they're being, I wonder if they are going to come out with something, because I know they're being called. They're probably being called right now, every minute around the clock. A couple calls
Look
coming
at how
through.
many mistakes, though, through different cases that the state of Florida has actually made, though. Look at the Gabby Petito case. Look at, other cases when they leaked that picture. I mean, the whole state of Florida's criminal system already has faced scrutiny on other high profile cases, and then they've already made mistakes in this one. Maybe they're just trying to be extra careful now because they already have gotten a bad rap before too. So
yeah. Wow. Well, I want to say one thing. I appreciate you having the courage to call up and talk, not
Thank
just
you.
to me, but to everyone in chat. Thank you so much for doing that.
You're welcome.
And also thank you for bringing, great thought-provoking conversations. I appreciate you, man. God bless you. I hope you have a great night. Make sure you lock your doors. It is Friday, and I will hear again from you soon. Thank you so much. Shout out to her. Great call. If you want to call her just like her, it's 219-885-9693. Again, here we go. 215, you're live. What's going on?
Hello.
How are you doing, ma'am? You are live on the air with us tonight.
You just called me ma'am. I'm going to see if you know who I am, since you seem to know
Of course
who
I know
everybody
who this is. This is Jamie Vona. What's going on, Jamie?
Oh,
How
I
you
love
doing
you. You're
tonight?
the best. I'm doing good. How are you?
No, I know my people. This
I
ain't
know
no,
you
this
do.
ain't no fugazi phony act. I know my people. I get to know my people, and when they call in, I recognize my
Daisy.
people. What is going on, Jamie? Speak to us
That
tonight.
is right. Okay, so where to start? So this is my theory. I think that the mom is desperate. I think she has. Okay, so we have like this thing in psychology. For people that don't know, I'm a psych professor, but we have this thing in psychology where you're not allowed to diagnose anybody that you haven't met. So I just wanted to put that disclaimer out there because I have a lot to lose. But I'm not diagnosing anybody. I'm just saying, if you look at the mom, she has a lot of the traits of many of the personality disorders. He definitely does. So I definitely think that he has antisocial personality disorder, or what we know as being a psychopath or a sociopath.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that he was. I really don't think that he was sharing her with anybody else. I think that from what I heard, him and the mom broke up at some point, and he leaves, and then he comes back about 3 months before all of this occurs. From what I've heard on the news and read and stuff. So again, allegedly. So he comes back. So I'm thinking, why would he come back after leaving? And I thought about it, and it's obviously, it wasn't for Jenn, it was for the kid. And I thought about it, and I'm like, what if he was afraid that she might tell somebody, because now she's getting a little bit older, you know what I mean? He might have feared that because she could. Also, what if she had, what if she was afraid nobody would believe her, and she took her own, not videos like that, but like took her own recordings, whether it be audio or video.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine if they found that on her phone? Like if she was going to maybe tell somebody, but wanted to make sure she had receipts, because we are a generation of receipts, right? So yeah. I thought about that. I wonder, like, do the police take her phone too, the kids? See what I'm saying? Like, what if she, who knows what the hell she has on hers? And we were talking about this the other day, about how the kids get groomed. So she could have felt guilty about stuff, and she might not have wanted to tell on him, because she might not have wanted to get him in trouble for whatever reason, because she's 13 and her brain's underdeveloped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the listeners also need to remember too that you can't consent to sex before the age of 15 in any state in the country. So even if anybody, like, I'm not saying in this case, just anybody before the age of 15 consents to sex, it actually damages the function of the structure of the brain. And if the structure of the brain isn't structured correctly, then so its function also changes, is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So who knows, if this has been going on for years, this little kid could just be like brainwashed into believing, and groomed into believing, that like you know, you'll say everything will be taken away from you if you tell, blah, blah, blah. I also thought about it. If he's a pedophile, pedophiles by definition are, their sexual orientation is kids. We've talked about this already. Because she's 13, I thought about it. She most definitely gets her menstrual cycle by now. So I believe, I looked it up in the DSM, I did. In the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, anything under 13 for pedophilia. So she was like aging out of the age of what he was interested in. So I think he feared that she was going to tell. And I also have to be honest, I think, and again, my opinion only, I think she might have been pregnant. I do. And I think the mom knew about it. I definitely think the mom knew about it. And I think if anything, the mom gives me this paranoid, but not paranoid, like this, I don't know.
So people think from this photo right here that she looked pregnant in some way?
So, okay. So do you see how she's standing with her hands on her hips? I'm not saying, I mean, please, I have a belly no matter what, and I've already had 2 kids. I'm not saying anything about her belly. I'm saying, like, I'm thinking about why would the number one cause, I don't know if anybody knows this, but the number one cause of death amongst pregnant women in the United States is homicide. I'll say that again. The number one cause of death amongst pregnant women in the United States is homicide. So we have to take that into consideration as well. What if, God forbid, he got her pregnant, and the mom would then have a reason to want to keep it quiet too, because that would be a reflection on her, because everybody would say, how did you not know? You know what I mean? Like, whose kid is this? And I bet you the mom had a lot of jealousy as well, because I know he probably was not into the mom. He was into the kid. I don't know. There's just a whole lot of ickiness in this whole thing. Icky Ricky and Semen Demon. I don't get it.
Semen Demon and Icky Ricky. That is a great name. So you
That
got
was my thing.
involved in a
Semen
fucking
Demon and Icky
ring,
Ricky.
and then Icky.
Wait,
you
can
got
you?
Semen
Yeah, can
guy.
you do Semen Demon in your voice?
I'd have to listen to him a few more times, and I'll have Semen Demon down pat. But that guy, that is, yeah, that's a great name for that. That's a great name for him, because he allegedly was collecting semen from what we heard from a friend, allegedly. But how did this friend see all of that, Vona, but never? How did these alleged friends see that, never reported to police, and think that's okay?
So
That's normal?
I asked a student this, or a few students, we were like talking about this, and they said that there was a trend, not like I don't know, a couple years ago, and this is no excuse, but they said there was a trend where people were putting what looked like semen in like glass jar, like little glass jars, and putting them like around their neck like a necklace. I was like, that's disgusting. I looked at both of my girls and was like, if either one of you did that, I was like, get her. They were like, I didn't do that, Mom, I swear. But apparently there was like this thing going around. He could have like used those things to make it like a real one. I don't know. This makes me so mad, because these predators, they prey on the kids. That's how they prey on them. They try to use their things, like they try to use what they're into, like that little digi toy. That girl probably could have cared less about that digi toy. He cared about it, and he thought she would like it, so he wanted to give it to her. And that was another thing. I heard they message each other all the time, text message. I would love to see what those text messages are about. I wonder how much we're going to get to see, because she's a minor. I thought about that.
That is a very good point.
Are we going to get to see this? You know what I mean? Is this going to be one of the ones that are off, cameras, because she's only 13? And should it be? You know what I mean? It probably should be. I mean, she's a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And this was her whole reality. It's everything she knew.
That is.
And I feel bad. From what I heard, she did tell a friend, like not the whole thing, but just again, I was reading one of the papers, and she had told one of her friends something, and I'm like, I feel so bad for that friend now, because that friend obviously told her mom that, oh my gosh, she told me a little bit, but she told me not to say it. And think about now, this little kid's got to live with that. I don't know. The whole thing is just so messed up. It affects so many people. Those little kids now, even if there's a memorial at that kid's school for her, they're going to see her face, and that's going to remind them that the guy next door could do this and that. It's just terrible. The whole thing's terrible.
It is very.
And that's all I wondered.
I don't know if she was, again, a lot of people are speculating that she was pregnant, and I don't even want to. I want to wait till I see some of that.
The only reason I'm thinking that, though, is why I'm thinking, like, okay, unless by accident or something, he was like, not by accident like that, but like he was doing something in the bed where he went too far and like something happened, like where he didn't mean to do that, but it happened. I'm thinking either something like that, or he just straight was done with her because either she was pregnant and think about it. He doesn't want to be attached to that because he's not even interested in her anymore when she's 13. Once she starts developing secondary sex characteristics, she no longer is his sexual orientation anymore. Wow. So it's like now he's going to have a baby with somebody that's aging out of his range. Like the whole thing is nasty. So please nobody hear this as like I'm making excuses for anyone. I'm saying how they would think, how a pedophile would think. Yeah, seriously. What? I know. But I think the mom knows about it. I was on the fence for the longest time, and I definitely think she knows about it. And I think if anything, we're going to find out that she was jealous of the kid, of the attention that Stefan gave the kid.
Damn.
And I'm not just talking, like, I'm not saying sexually. I'm just saying, like, the attention in general. Like, how he would post about his stepdaughter and the da-da-da-da-da. Like, I think Jenn was probably jealous of that, and the kid probably never wanted to be a part of his attention to begin with. So it's like now the mother probably, I don't know, it's all speculation, but think about it, right? So that probably caused tension. Then they get him out of his life to come back.
Right.
Why did he come back?
I don't know. We'll find out. I appreciate you, Vona. I gotta move on and
Yeah,
give
go.
everybody
I
a
gotta
chance.
go too.
But
I have to go on a date. I go on a date every single Friday and Saturday night with my husband.
that is
Everybody
awesome.
that's married out there, make sure you go on a date at least once a week with
Well,
yourself.
you're going on a date. You need to do
I
two
am.
things when you get home, and while you're out, you need to do one thing majorly. That's be vigilant. And the second one is when you guys get home, if you guys have a buzz, whatever you guys do, make sure them damn doors are locked. All right.
I got you guys. Love you.
God bless you, Vona. We love you back. Thank you
Love
for
you.
being a voice here for Madeline. We
Thank
appreciate you.
you.
Shout out to Vona. I appreciate her calling in. And if you want to call in just like Professor Vona, it's 219-885-9693. We're not even close to done. The topics of conversations are keeping me here tonight. I love it. I love talking to you guys about this stuff. So shout out to Vona for calling in. You said it's so sad Maddie was dealing with all this alone. Just think about that, Tammy. Think about that. She knew too much, and like the caller said, she was getting older. This so hard to think about like that, Janelle. Good gracious. It really is hard for me to envision that. Like it's triggering. 832, I'm on with you. Talk to me. Can you hear me?
T-REV, is that you?
Yes, ma'am. It is me, and we're live on the air right now with you.
Awesome. So
how are you
sweet.
doing
I've
tonight?
been trying. Okay, let me tell you, I've washed 3 loads of clothes, folded them all, fed 2 children, had a snack myself, and I'm finally through to you.
Well, you're through. You're on the live. 6 minutes. The floor is yours. What's your thoughts about the Madeline Soto case and where it sits right now? Day 15. No charges. Inconsistencies with mom, allegedly. No charges pressed forward on Stefan Stearns as far as the murder. Where's your mind at with this?
Okay, I have to tell you, I sat in with you on your spirit box session, and I kind of hijacked it there a little bit at the end. And I want to run some things past you. I don't know if anybody else in the chat watches the spirit box sessions, but
maybe a few. It's maybe very little.
Okay, so this was my first time watching it, and this is only because someone on another channel said something negative about it, and I was like, what? So I said, let me check it out. So the one I checked out was the most recent one.
Yes, ma'am.
You and another gentleman, right?
Yes, ma'am. That is one of my friends. Absolutely. He's gifted just like I am.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to tell you, because that was a crazy loud session.
Oh, yeah. And when I asked, I said, why? I said something about why wasn't, or how did Madison know that, or not how did Madison, how did the police know that Madison was deceased in the vehicle? And as soon as I let my hand off, it said the car.
Yeah, okay, right there.
Blew my mind.
And I took notes.
Blew my mind.
I know, me too. Because what I did was I took notes and I went back and rewatched it, but I had to turn it down so I could hear. Because I'm an empath like you, and I'm a light worker.
Absolutely.
And what I do,
love my light workers. Thank you.
Thank you. And what I do is I am, I ground is what I do. And they call it an anchor. And so that's what I do. I'm an anchor. Wherever I'm at, I ground, and then I spread the light out, the energy, and the the light overtakes the darkness wherever that happens. Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to go down my list, and the car is one of the things on my list. I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time.
No, you're good.
But on this one, the question was asked, okay, who was at the party? And did something happen to you at the party? And she didn't answer, no one answered. But my second time around, when I re-listened to it, she said the number 6.
Oh, wow.
So the next question was, has he, Stefan, harmed other people? Has he hurt other people? And the number she gave was 7. Now, the next question was, what happened to you, Maddie? Tell us what happened to you. How did they hurt you? And she said, bed. Okay. Now,
oh, wow.
One of the questions was about the mom. And I don't know if you remember, but she kept saying, or not she, but the voice, and a different voice kept coming through saying mom and mother, but it wasn't really coinciding with a question that was being asked. Okay, so I'm gonna put that one aside. The next one was car. Now the car.
Direct response on the car, by the way. Like as soon as I asked and let my hand up, the car.
Yes,
like immediately.
It was right away. When I went back and I turned down the spirit box and I just meditated and tried to listen, the car, she said, he tried to save me.
Oh my God.
Okay. Put a pin in that. Okay.
Absolutely.
Now, another question was, who harmed you? I think the other gentleman was asking, who harmed you, Maddie? Who did this to you?
Yes.
What I heard, okay, what I heard was detective. Okay. Put a pin in that. And I think towards the end, your friend was pleading with her because they stopped answering at a certain point.
Yes, ma'am.
And he was saying, it's okay, Madeline, you can come through, use my light, use my energy to come through, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was saying he's in jail, he can no longer harm you. He can't harm you anymore. And I heard above the law.
Interesting.
Okay. Now, the last thing that I heard through the spirit box, well, there's 2 more. You guys, because I think at some point your friend tried to step in. Do you remember him saying, I'm going in? I'm going in.
Absolutely.
Okay. You remember that? Now, when that happened, I turned it down because I was getting a super huge headache. So it was really loud, right? So I turned it down. And when he said, I'm going in, and you said, go ahead, do it. We're here with you. And he went in and started asking, and she showed me in a bedroom on a bed, and there was a video camera. Okay.
Oh my
and
God.
Then she took me back to the party. There was a party after the party, right? Because her birthday party was Sunday. So he picked her up and took her to a party after the party. Now, the thing that happened was he left her there.
Oh my goodness.
And when I told her, did he stay with you? She said, no, he left. I was gifted. That's what she said. And I was like, gifted, okay. So when I put it all together, he took her to a party after the party and gave her to someone. I think one of your previous callers even said, like, I think he took her somewhere and he was trying to sell her or something along that fact. Do you remember that? So he took her there and left her there. There were 6 other people there.
Right.
Okay. And they took her to her room, and I told her, I said, Maddie, why didn't you run? And I don't know if you remember hearing, run. I can't run on the spirit box without any questions being asked.
I didn't hear it.
So
I have to go
you
back.
didn't hear?
I clipped so
Yeah, you
much
have.
from it, but I didn't finish getting the clip, the actual whole thing.
Okay,
But I
you have
got
to
some
go
very
back and
crazy.
listen
I
to
got
it.
I got them all clipped up. Well, a lot of them clipped. I just have to go back. I like to clip direct responses. You know what I mean? Like direct
Okay,
answers.
I did. Yes, and I went off of your direct answers too. So she was gifted to someone, and she showed me in a room there was a bed and a video camera, and she was saying, "Do not touch me! Don't touch me! Do not touch me!" And she kept referencing meds, not drugs, meds. And she said she was given something to make her calm. The way I said it was docile, but I know a young child wouldn't say docile. She was said to calm her down. So that was something frequently he did. He gave her meds to calm her down. Okay. And this alludes back to, okay, so this was part of your spirit box. Okay. This is what I gleaned out of that. Now, T-REV, the next morning, as I was going about my day, she was talking to me, and she was just saying words like choked. She said choked. She said stop breathing. And when I stopped and I said, is that what happened in the car? And she said, yes, he tried to save me. So you remember how people were saying that the cops had a video of him with her in the car? And they said she was already dead?
Yeah.
Okay. And I asked her, I said, were you still alive
Right.
in that time? And she said she had been choked and she had stopped breathing, but she was still alive.
Interesting.
So and the thing that she was showing me, it happens like a movie, a picture movie in certain scenes. So after he left her, someone paid for her to have time with her, and they videotaped it. And when he came back to pick her up, she was unalived. Barely. And he took her, when he came home where Jenn was, that's where I saw that they have video of him with her in the car. And I said, so how were you alive or were you not? And she said, barely.
Wow.
And I told her,
I'm gonna have to go through this. I'm gonna have to go through
Yes, go back through it. And now this is a conversation I had with her the next day.
Can you timestamp when you get a chance? If you could go back and email, like I said, I want you to take your time because I want to go through and see what you're talking about. If you can timestamp all that, I will go through and get exactly what you said, everything, and then place your phone call with everything that you said in an edit.
Yes,
that's what I'd like to do personally with what you're saying because I want to clip that.
I sent you an email, and I just told you that I had some info from your recent Spirit Box session.
I must have missed it. I'm getting so many different emails.
I know. And I'll send you another one after this. Now,
I'll get my secretary on it. You know, I'm gonna get my secretary on it.
Now, I asked her about the timeline, and she said that was how they came up with the timeline that her mom was not telling the truth, because they saw her in the car with him, unalive.
This does sound like plunder. I ain't gonna lie.
Like, yes, I sent you something.
You sound like plunder.
No, I'm not plunder.
You do though. I'm not lying. I seen a comment that said this woman sounds like plunder. No lie, it does. I'm like,
what does plunder do again? Is she another crime?
She covers true crime stuff.
Crime?
But you sound just like her. I'm not even gonna lie. I thought this was plunder for a second. When I read that comment.
No, this is Liz from Texas. Now, I when I talked to her, she did confirm the ring, and they were already under suspicion. Mom and Stefan.
Interesting.
She said Mom was being blackmailed, and they were both afraid of Stefan.
Oh my goodness.
And I asked her, like, did mom know what was happening? And she said yes. She said in the beginning, she had love for him as a father figure, but over time, he began to betray her for money. They both did. And she said the phone, she mentioned the phone, the pictures and videos.
Mm-hmm.
And she showed me a picture of, I don't know if you've seen that movie, Sound of Freedom.
Sound of Freedom. Sounds familiar.
Yeah, she showed me a clip of that movie. There was this creepo guy that had he had an internet, I don't know what it's called, but it was like a library on the internet of children. And he had like kind of like a pedo ring, I guess. He was getting children, selling children, trading pictures, trading videos. Well, she showed me that guy sitting in front of a computer with this screen full of kids' pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And she said the photos and the videos, that's what was happening to her. So I guess it was kind of like advertising her.
Crazy.
Yeah, so
I'd like to go over this. I would like to go over this with you seriously, because
yes,
I will go back and literally put a visual out on my paranormal channel for those people who do want to see that with what you're saying.
Yes.
I got a lot of crazy responses too. You know what I mean? Like a direct.
T-REV, this is going to blow your mind, and I'll let you go.
Mm-hmm.
Because do you remember there towards the end, she kept saying David?
Yeah, I heard David come. I heard the name David. Yeah.
David. Okay, guess what? I turned the spirit box down and I said, Maddie, I want to talk to you. She was talking to you and your friend through an advocate. Do you remember you kept saying, who's that man in the background talking?
Absolutely.
Who's that guy?
Yes.
And y'all kept saying, let me talk to you. Who are you? What is your name? And he said advocate. So he was like her guide advocating for her when y'all were questioning her.
Damn,
now, when I
want to go over there right now talking like this. I'm serious.
Now, when
that's how I feel. Like that's why I do that. The second part, I do my stuff over here, covering it, and I understand people that don't like or respect that. So out of respect for people who don't like and respect that, I've made a second channel just for that. So
yes,
you know what I mean.
Now,
that's what
I'm
like
going to tell you that session, T-REV. She said she mainly trusted you.
You know, I'm co-signed by Gary Gawker. You know who Gary Gawker is? Like, he's gave me a full-blown co-sign. He is an absolute paranormal award-winning creator of not just devices but investigations. And he co-signed me on Twitter 100%. He said your connection with spirit is something that I haven't seen, and you have a unique gift.
Yes.
And I was just blown away by getting that professional stamp on my name by somebody, because people always said, well, you need some professional. I'm going to need to see a professional back what you're saying for me to believe what you're doing. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Correct.
I don't care. I know what I'm doing. I know the light I know the light work I'm doing. But in a sense, when you get such a professional opinion like that, I just tagged him and said, man, this blew my mind. And then he ended up going through the sessions. Then he ended up messaging me, and then he ended up putting a care package together for me. But he said, what he found interesting about this specific session that you're talking about is the willingness of spirits to participate in those sessions with, he said he's never heard it or seen it. He says, he was blown away pretty much.
Well,
in a sense,
she only wanted to speak with you.
Yeah, that's actually pretty.
And
he only wants to talk to me and not said person around.
Not anyone, no disrespect, but her trust was with you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And when I turned the session down, and I tried to communicate, you guys were still communicating with her, and I tried to communicate with her, and she kept saying woman. And I said, Maddie, do you hear me? Can you talk to me? And she said, David. And I was like, okay. And I said, are you talking about David, the caller a couple days ago? And she said, Anchorman. Do you remember that?
I remember Anchorman. Like, I got it clipped. I was just looking at it just 2 seconds ago. It's funny you just said Anchorman.
Yes. Okay. And I said, okay, Maddie. I said that I need you to tell me you're willing, because I cannot force anything out of you. you're willing to speak with me. And she said dollar bill.
Heard that.
Do you
Remember,
remember?
like the back in I remember that, for instance, people were writing it out.
Yes, and when I was asking her, can you confirm you want to speak to me? And she said David, and guess what? My husband's name is David.
Interesting.
And he was sitting right next to me. And I said, okay. I said, that leads me to believe you do want to communicate with me. Can you tell me something personal about David? And she said, dollar bill.
Interesting.
And I said, oh, and let me tell you what convinced me is because I give my husband a dollar bill every morning to buy his coffee before he leaves for work.
Wow.
And to me, that's something personal that nobody knows.
Interesting.
And I said, okay. I said, so I want to communicate with you. I want to ask you some questions. And she kept saying David over and over. And then she came out with Anchorman. Now, guess what? I'm an anchor, right? I'm a light worker. I'm an anchor.
Yes, ma'am.
My husband is an anchor as well. He's an empath and an anchor. But guess what? I'm an anchor woman, and David is an anchor man.
Interesting.
So to me, she was proving to me that she was willing to talk to me and that she would divulge answers if I had questions. So the next day, I was so blown away as well, because I think the spirit box session ended not too long after the Anchorman, right?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then the next day is when she started communicating with me in the morning. And that's when she gave me the gist of the ring. She said, David Solomon is truth. And she told me something weird, T-REV. She said, the lady with the cards, she kept showing me a deck of cards. And I'm like, I asked her, what's up with the cards? And she says, the lady with the cards has the answers.
I just
And
pulled up that
like,
bit. I had to pull that up now that you talk about it. I had to pull up Gary Gawker. Like I said, he was mind blown by this session, and he was also mind blown by the Idaho 4 session I did a while back too.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard. This was my first spirit box session I've heard with you guys.
Well, when I first did the Brian Koberger one, I asked, what is the name of the person responsible on November 25th before police knew who he was on the November 25th of 2022? And it said Brian twice. Is on the money as I asked the question.
Wow.
And then it goes Koberger. Just like that.
Wow.
Just like I'm saying it, like a chant, which was mind blowing. And I showed Gary that, and he was like, whoa, like what?
Yeah.
And he started going through it and sending me clips.
You're in the spiritual realm, you're really trusted as a verifiable light worker. So I think that was pretty awesome, because I know I've heard you mention that you're a spirit light worker.
Absolutely.
And the spirit guides will allow the conversation to happen between you and someone on the other side. Now, I have a lot of other stuff that she divulged to me just this morning. So I'm just going to do a brief. They've been giving her meds to docile her. And she said that sometimes they give her meds and she cannot sleep. You know, as a mom, when you give kids like cold medicine or for
that gave me chills.
If you give them too much, it does the opposite effect. It wires them up and they can't sleep. She says that's why she has the dark things under her eyes, because most nights she cannot sleep. When to docile her to do videos and photos, she's knocked out with meds. Mom takes several meds. He takes several meds as well. Okay. When she told me about this, it broke my heart, T-REV. But when she talked about the choking during the video, she said dark web timeline. Now, if you think about it, if he took her somewhere and there was a party of 6 people there and they videotaped,
right?
She mentioned choking and she stopped breathing and they had that on video.
Oh my
Now
goodness.
you upload that to the dark web. You know what that kind of video that is. This ring was already under suspicion and being investigated, and they saw her video uploaded to the dark web. That's where the unaliving came in. When they timestamped it and went back and saw him on the video with her in the car propped up, that's where that came from. That's what created the timeline for the law enforcement side.
Interesting. Wow.
And she was showing me Sheriff Judd. She says they did to her what Sheriff Judd is investigating. And I had to go back and look at this. The last, you remember the big bust with 100+ people?
Yeah, absolutely. The Santa guy, the son taking his own life. Yeah, definitely heard about it.
Okay, well, after that bust, there was a smaller bust with maybe, I don't know, 10, 12 people. They were military people, they were plumbers, they were police officers, they were teachers. You know Sheriff Judd, he calls them all out.
Right.
And in that group, there was someone that worked in his police, he said worked for him on the police force. He was in that bust. And you remember when in Jenn's interview, when they said the word detective, what did she do? She started freaking out.
Yeah.
And she was shaking her leg. And remember, everybody kept saying it was when they said the word detective, she started freaking out. Now, remember what Maddie said in the spirit box session. She said the word detective, above the law.
Interesting. Yeah, above the law. I'm gonna have to go back to there. And again, I appreciate you calling in and bringing this to my attention. All right, so if you can, whenever you can take your time doing this too, and I'll be looking for you for your response. You said you already emailed me, so I'm gonna have to dig back and find that. Also,
so what?
You hit me with some timestamps near where to start. That's all I need is a starting point, and I'll go through and capture all of that.
Okay, I'll do that, T-REV.
And I appreciate you calling up and sharing what you heard and what you see. And I appreciate the light workers out there. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice for Madeline Soto. And hopefully we get down to the bottom of this and get the right information that is there. I mean, it's on the investigations end now. So thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate it.
It's bigger than we think.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
God bless you, T-REV. Love and light.
Love and light to you also. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Yeah, I know. I see some people saying like, let's do this now. I don't know. Personally, I don't know. I did hear the things that she's talking about, some of them, but not all of them. So I'd have to go back and tune into that and tune into it. But I think it's about time. Now that done made me want to go. It made me want to go, guys. It did. But before we do that, we do need to spread the gospel of the word. And I appreciate everybody who came by this live showing love, hit the like button, called in, etc. But now, I don't know. I'm getting some type of vibe, but I appreciate you guys. You already know, spread that gospel, spread the word, keep sharing. The docu-series will be up. It's already up now. So you could go, or actually it'll be for what, tomorrow? So you'll be able to watch and share that around. Maybe I just release it tonight. Who knows? But I appreciate you guys. Matter of fact, I'll release it right now. Screw this. I'm going to release it right now for everybody to go watch, to look at. You know what? Let me do that right now. 1 second. And I will drop the link in chat for it also. Let's just drop it now. I want it to be out now. The 15th. Let's put it out right now as a premiere, and you guys can go there. But I'm about to set up and go to the second. After this video is done playing, I will be on my other channel. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome to. If you don't want to, I get that also. I love you guys. I appreciate everybody who is calling and sharing information, valuable information or just your thoughts or speculation. That's what this is for. That's what this is about. Usually I'm on longer, but I'm getting an urge and I need to go do some work on my other channel. It's what it is. Hold up. Let me bring this up and let's make it public. Set as premiere, hit done and save it. It should be live now. The video should be live now. So let me see here. Is there a way that I can bring all y'all over there or no? I do see that option, but I'll just drop the link to in chat. It's actually about to premiere right now. Let me pull this up and bring it to you guys now. There it is. It's live now. It's premiering now. The newer documentary. Make sure you drop some comments and thoughts under the video after it's done playing. Let me know what you think about the work on the docuseries, what I could improve on, what I can improve. Just let me know. I love feedback, especially when it comes to something that I put my heart and soul into, which was creating this part 1 docuseries to the story of Madeline Soto. Again, it's releasing right now, and then you can catch me on the second channel if you want to come over there and join us. And if you don't, I understand that too, and I respect that opinion. I love you all. Thank you again for not only the support, but I'm going to end it with this song. And by the time this song's over, I guarantee that docuseries will be playing.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look, Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I rage, when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
1, 2, 3, let's go.
It's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains, give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss, and you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team, and now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell, at least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it, I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Spread that gospel. Dear Jesus, voice for the voiceless dropping this summer. Be ready for that. I'm telling you, we got a lot of stories to talk about on Voice for the Voiceless. But better yet, are you Rev Gang Strong? Can you overcome negativity? Can you stay in the light? That's what Rev Gang Strong stands for. people standing in that
count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it came with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one making a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will add up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You gotta stop doing this.
Here's another one right here. Kylie Rodney. A lot of people say she drove in the water and took her own life. I don't think I believe that though.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it cause the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog, but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot into town, you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad. There's so many people that care. Rev Gang